Hello everyone, I am back. I am Rex Red. I am here with another EZ3DTV tutorial for you, and I hope you will enjoy this video I have planned today. So let's see what we've got here going on in DAZ Studio. All right, we will bring this music down a little bit. Today, I plan on talking about scene staging. Okay, so I will never run out of ideas, things to just kind of talk about. Today, I'm gonna dig deep back into some of my earlier videos, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a scene. And then we're going to create a figure. What we're going to do is start in the foreground. And this is what I call scene staging, where you create layers in your scene that go back. And yesterday, it was Christopher, I believe, who talked about taking the background of your scene and rendering that down into an HDRI, which is something you can do if you only have a small amount of video RAM. But because I'm working with 24 gigs of video RAM, I really don't need to do that, okay? So this is the kind of idea of this, is to layer things in your scene so that you create interest. And this was taught to me by an artist friend of mine, the same artist that told me that the horizon has to be 2/3 of the way up in your image, and it has to be there no matter what. You have to put the image, well, if it's a top-down drone thing, the horizon's not going to be that way. But he was right, because in most scenes, I find that 2/3 is just enough sky and just enough, enough of the ground to make a scene really exciting. I think I will talk with this on for a while. So creating a scene and making layers in your scene, it's really important to think about layers and to say, well, the layers in the background should be kind of hazy and more distant because they're far away and there's more atmosphere between you and the far off layers. And so what you want to do is incorporate those layers of fog and layers of haze into the background image. And then you might say, okay, well, there's this big field, and then in the background there are mountains, there are hills, and then there are mountains, and then there's maybe a large castle or something. You know, it's just that kind of thing. And then behind the castle, there might actually be some more mountains. And so you kind of build that layers into your scene to make it more interesting. And maybe way up in the front of it is a little kitty cat or something, and some leaves on the ground, things that are very high resolution that can also add some interest to your scene. That's what scene staging is all about, and I'm just going to show you some tricks, things that I've learned about scene staging that kind of work and help to create those layers of interest into your scene. So let's get started. Of course, we always start out with a Genesis 9 figure. The reason why we do that is so we have perspective in our scene. Because if you put a sphere in the scene, you're not going to know, well, that sphere could be as big as the Earth, or it could be as tiny as the head of a pin. So you don't know how big that sphere is. But when you put a human in the scene, usually you can pretty much guess how big everything else is. So here is our figure, and we'll put some pants on the figure, And then we're going to change the shape of the figure into somebody. Let's see, let's go with Vincent. And okay, I'm thinking that this is going to be some kind of warrior and in the scene, and they're going to be kind of in the foreground. And see, so now you can say, okay, well, I'm going to want the figure to be about this big. And you see what I'm saying? That's why you want the figure in the scene, so you can kind of gauge how big. Now this, remember, this will all be rendered full screen, so we'll be able to see some detail in here. Let's put some skin on the figure, and I think we'll go with Thomas's skin today. I'm feeling it, you know. Okay, welcome people, welcome, welcome, welcome. So we are working on layering a scene. Today we're going to actually make a scene. Yesterday it was kind of like, I was kind of disappointed with my video yesterday because I really never got into making a scene. It was just kind of like 5 hours of talking. And so let's make a scene today, all right? And then we'll go into our poses. Let's give him some kind of pose. Let's see how this pose works. Okay, we'll spin him around. Parameters Y, rotate, see how this works. And, okay. Now, I'm thinking maybe Trojan, you know? So that we can do some kind of, maybe a Colosseum in the background or something, you know, something kind of, I don't know, massive, okay? So, or it could just be ruins, okay? So what we need is like our first staging area. I'm not going to put clothes on him because I want to work with other elements before I kind of start working on him for clothes. So now we have to kind of think our layers, and I'm thinking, okay, so he's got to be standing on some kind of ground. Okay, we need our first staging area, which is going to be him standing on the ground somewhere here, okay? And so we can find, we could use, my go-to is always ultra scenery, okay? So I'm going to make a small ultra scenery piece of ground. I don't need that much. So we'll bring our ultra scenery down. Now you could just go into your smart content, okay, here, and we go to files and type in ground and see what you have, okay? What kind of ground do you got? This is 4K, 8K ground. Okay, this is ground here. So it gives you some options, and maybe I will go with this, something kind of small. Let's see what this set does. Okay, this is going to be huge. Okay, maybe it isn't. This ground plane, let's see what this looks like. Okay, it's kind of flat. It's a little bit more flat than, but, you know, it kind of works. But I think what's happening is my environment plane is on. So let's go to parameters and turn off the environment plane and see what this ground plane really looks like. Draw ground off. Okay, see, now we can see the full ground here. This isn't bad ground, and what this allows me to do is kind of cut down on my scene, on the amount of scene stuff. So we're going to bring this ground in Z. What I don't like about this is the ground is so flat, but it might still work. So we go Z and we move the ground in. Okay, what's happening here? Okay, Z. Oh, I'm in Iray. Okay, let's go out of Iray. It's like, why is this so slow? All right. Okay, now we should be able to move this a little bit easier like this. Okay, and we go like this. And this gives us a staging area for our ground. But what I'm not really liking is the fact that this ground is so flat. So let's take a look at the wireframe of the ground. And this is atrocious, I think, because let's turn off the show floor. And I'm not seeing the wireframe of the ground. Root. I'm not seeing any wireframe at all. Patch is ground plane HD. Okay, maybe it's so dense that it... But I'm not seeing any geometry in the ground. What's up with this? Ground root, it's some kind of trickery here. So what happens if we... Okay, I am now seeing some ground, and it's pretty... Okay, when I go like this, I can actually see, which it's very strange. Let's put a... The gray is... Welcome, Eve! Welcome, an unknown robot! I watched a couple of your live streams after they finished, but this is the first one I've managed to catch live. Well, you are welcome here. Unknown robot, very cool name. Eve, welcome, welcome. Dubofsky, welcome, people. We are working on layers, on how to work with layers, and I'm going to show you some cool stuff, okay? Some really fun, cool stuff. We're going to go, today, I'm not going to talk about like C++ and all kinds of stuff and Daz Studio, the new premium. We're just going to go into some kind of fun stuff, tricks. Welcome, E. Wallace. Welcome, and a hello to you. We're already started off to a good start today. We got some new people here today in the chat, which I love. And we're going to have some fun. Yes, this video is going to be fun. I'm going to show you some really, really cool tricks. I'm excited to show you some of the cool tricks about layering. Well, stay as long as you can, unknown robot, and say goodbye when you leave. Let us know that you're heading out. If you stay 5 minutes, it's okay. It's fine. But it's very nice to have 9 p.m. there. So, oh my gosh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You must be in Europe. So at least somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, maybe. I don't know. But welcome to you from afar. It's very lovely to have you here. So, okay. So what I'm going to do is see, I can't really see this ground. It's like, why did they make it so brown? Like it's like you can't even tell. So if I put an HDRI in the scene, maybe I'll be able to really see kind of, well, I don't want a 16K HDRI, but let's see, 2000 in the UK. Yes, so that's what, 4, 5, it's 5 o'clock here. So 5, 6, you said it's 9, 5:30. Okay, so it's 5:40 here. 4:40, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 5 hours. Wow. Yeah, 5 hours to the UK. You are an island out in the Atlantic. I don't know if you think of it that way, but I don't know that you're... Yeah, I guess you would consider the UK out in the Atlantic. So wonderful to have you here. Wonderful. So I'm just going to pick one of these, okay? So we have something here for a background. And can we go into Iray? And then we should be able to see this ground and see what we have for... Okay, actually now I can no longer see the wireframe, okay? So this isn't working well. Let's see if we go just to wireframe. Okay, what if we... Okay, let's go to textured wireframe, okay? Wired texture shaded. That didn't help. Okay, Control L. Let's put some light on. I don't know why sometimes Control L just doesn't work, but okay, now we can see the ground. So what I'm going to do is try and use Mesh Grabber to give this ground a little bit of shape, okay? So just because it's just too flat, okay? It's too flat. And so let's see what we can do. So we select, I don't know which one I need to select to do this, but we select both. Maybe we'll get lucky here. And then we go into Tool Settings real quick. And to Mesh Grabber, let's go to our Geometry Sculptor. And what happens here? That's too small. Let's go to 100. Let's go to 500. How far up can... Oh, now that's a lot. Okay, so let's grab this and pull this up a little bit like that. And then this here. We'll pull that maybe up a little, and this up a little bit. Now this should be a fall off, kind of, so it doesn't look, okay, let's see. We don't want it to look kind of contrived, but I think that works. And if we take this right here, and we bring this up a little bit like this until it touches his feet, and that gives us a little bit of curvature to the ground, okay? Now, if the ground is big, giant squares, find another. You can just use a plane and put your own ground texture on it, okay? But the idea of this is to make sure that the ground has a good, probably I wouldn't go any smaller for geometry on the ground unless you want to put something like footprints in the ground. And if you want to put footprints into the ground, what you want to do is then take a small plane and turn that plane into dForce and have it land down on the ground and shape itself to the ground. And then you could possibly bring the edges, then put the same kind of ground texture on the plane and try to blend it in. And then, like if it's sand, you can kind of blend in sand pretty well. And then you can use Mesh Grabber to put some footprints, but it needs to be even finer than this, really, to get some good footprints into the sand. But I'm going to put probably grass here. Or use decals is a very nice set, because decals can have a 3D, and Martin Frost has made some great. I haven't noticed footprints ones from Martin's, but I have noticed like hoof prints and things like that. I'm not sure. Let's go to Daz Studio and look up footprints. Footprints. Tracks and footprints. Okay, here it is. Now, okay, here they are. This is really amazing here. So now I own this product, so this would be something we could kind of play with. I don't know that I'm going to do this today, but I thought it was actually mostly hoof prints, but we have footprints and boot prints, and these are pretty nice. So yeah, this is amazing. Very, very nice work. So decals will work just as fine unless you need it to actually imprint into the ground. And that's what I found is using a small piece of a plane and lowering it down with dForce onto your terrain so that it follows the shape, and make sure that plane has some very deep geometry in it. Geometry Sculptor, use symmetry. There is a morph option with boxes. Okay, on symmetry. Okay. Oh, symmetry. Smoothing. Okay. So we're in Sculptor. To activate the geometry editor, Okay, that's the geometry. Okay, edge selection. Okay, on the geometry sculptor, smoothing, sculpting. I don't see symmetry here. Symmetry. Oh, smoothing, connecting sharp, connected. Screen, world, node, average, normal. I'm not seeing a symmetry option here. Down on the main panel. Okay, node brush, geometry editor, geometry sculptor. Okay, on the smoothing brush, we got the, or this. Just under the menu. At the top of the main panel. Just under the X. Okay, all right, under. Select X, just under the menu. Okay, active tool. Oh, here maybe? Geometry assignment. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm kind of dumb about this. Okay, on the geometry sculptor, under symmetry, there is a morph option with boxes. It is right under your nose. Okay, I'm seeing, okay, normal, okay, symmetry, X, Y, Z, okay? All right, so the X and the checkbox temporarily turn on symmetry along a node axis. So let's click on X. Okay, so, all right. Okay, so I found select X, okay, at the top of the main panel. And then I'm not seeing anything. Okay, and then it said select under the main panel, just the select X at the top of the, okay. Morph option boxes. I think you might load or save the morph. Spotted this in your hair sculpting video. Okay, so we got normals. Okay, this is interesting. Deltas. Okay, X. Symmetry. Okay, morph. Okay, morph. Open favorited morphs. Okay, save current deltas as morph. There it is. I knew this was here. Wow, wow, this was right under my nose. Yeah, so what is this? This X, Y, and Z checks temporary turn on symmetry along a node axis. See, that doesn't compute in my brain. But it's something to think that here it is. This is golden. It means that as we're working on an animation, we can come in, we can move the cloth to where we want it, save the morph, and then at that point we can go into the ground plane and go into parameters, turn on that morph at that, activate that morph at that place in the oh, this is amazing. This is really game-changing within DAZ Studio, because this was something that really hampered animation in DAZ, was your clothing. When you'd move your figure, your clothing would do all kinds of weird stuff. And there was really no, you could take it out of DAZ, you'd fix it in Blender, you'd bring the morph back in, and you turn the morph on, and it would just do funky things. Welcome, Angus. Welcome, welcome. So, all right, at this point, we have this. So I will learn more about this. Thank you very, very much for this tip. See, this is why I'm here. It's not just so that I can impart the things that I know, but I can learn from you all and have awesome people who think about the stuff that I do. They go out and they research it and bring that information back to me, and it makes me able to do awesome stuff like this. Being able, look at that. That is golden, people. This is here. It says save morph. Wow. Save deltas as morphs. See, I don't understand this terminology, but it's what we wanted. Okay, let's put it that way. This dampen, I'm not sure what that is. There's why the X, Y, and Z symmetry. I don't know why that's important here. Now, if I turn that off, okay, then. Okay, I turned it off and then back on, I think. Okay, when I turn it off, it's still here. Okay, whether if it works, okay. I think you were saying it's by the X, Y, and Z, but it's still here. This is amazing where you can see these deltas and the normals, whatever they are. That's a lot of this I don't understand, and I'm sorry that I don't. Okay, now what we have here is our land. Let's go into Iray and see what the land looks like, if it looks a little bit better. Now, if it looks like I've just kind of put these egg shapes on the land, no, this looks good. It doesn't look contrived to a degree, okay? It works. So, all right, just so it doesn't look flat. All right, that's, I think, good. Now, I would still like to, okay, how far are we going to bring him in? Okay. All right, this works. And I don't want to bring it so the camera so low that I have grass in front of the, at some point we may put some grass on here. Okay. Now, I'll tell you guys another thing about staging, okay, is imagine where your art is going to be used, okay? Now, what if this piece of art, what if I go like this, okay, and I put the figure like in the center of the scene, which is really ideal because you want people to see your figure, you know, you want them to see it, okay? But what if this image is used on a t-shirt? Okay, well, what's going to happen? Well, what's going to happen is, because when you put an image on a t-shirt, you don't put it like, usually you don't put it on their belly, okay? You bring the image up as high as you can on the t-shirt. Okay, so it just so what's going to happen is that this part is going to get cut out by the t-shirt. You have to think about that. And then also, what if you put it on, say, a bedspread? Okay, well, if you go like this, then his legs are going to bend and they're going to go over the edge of the back of the base of the bed. They're going to kind of bend and go down the base of the bed. So you have to kind of logistically you have to think about what you're seeing. So it doesn't hurt to kind of plan ahead and leave a little bit in the bottom. What if it's going to go on a puzzle, like a jigsaw puzzle, all right? Because, you know, coffee cup, okay? So a coffee mug, you're going to want to cut the top off and cut the bottom so that you get a long strip that goes around the coffee cup. And if you've got him like this, well, then you're going to only be able to put a strip so far around the mug, and it's going to stop. And there'll be like blank spaces near the handle. Okay, so if you go like this, and if you put your figure in, you can always, especially if you render this at 13K, you can always chop parts out. Okay, so just keep in mind that if you render it at 13K, you can put it on a t-shirt and cut part of the t-shirt out here and still not be chopping his head off. And if you put it on a puzzle, you say, okay, well, this is the resolution of the puzzle, but then you have the large puzzle, which is going to take all of this. Then you have the smaller puzzle, and then the even smaller puzzle. And if you have him set like this, then for the small puzzle, it's going to cut his feet off. Okay? Yes. Yes, Wallace, E. Wallace, that was a very, Shaggy, that was a very, very good question. 13K, when you said 13K, yes, because 13K is the size you need. It's actually 13,500. 13,500. K, 13,500 pixels, okay, is the size you need for a duvet, for a king size. Yes, it does go that high, but what you have to do is you have to go into your render settings like this, okay, and you have to go here with the dimensions, with the pixel size. And you go like this, and you go to parameter settings. And I owe you one because that tip about the saving the morphs, I owe you a bunch of tips. So you just turn off use limits and click accept, and then you can type in 13500, and it will follow your thing. But what I usually do is I go I turn off this. I turn this off, and I go 13500, and then I go 13500, so that I actually have this massive, massive canvas, okay? So that I can take and just do whatever I need with it, and it's going to, then I can put it on the back of a phone in portrait. I can zoom way, way, way in on it. I can use it for a t-shirt where the top is cut out, then for the neck. And what you have is 13K in both directions. And so then you stage your scene in the center of your image. And it doesn't mean, so if 13K is the limit, and I'm going to tell you why you would say, why don't you just render it at 10K and then blow it up? And that is against the rules, okay? Because when they say, for me with a 1490, I can render. Well, let's click 13K here with just this. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to progressive render, and I'm going to go maximum samples all the way up so it won't turn off, so it'll just keep rendering until I turn it off and turn that off, and I go render. Okay, now there's not much in the scene right now. No, it doesn't take 2 days. It takes no more than like 2 hours. Okay, and you'll see it's just going to go zoom, boom, 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 boom. This is a 4090 here. Okay, look, it's just going to go jumping right through this. It would take probably about 2 hours. Retrieving all this stuff here. I'm having some decaf today, which I don't even drink decaf because it makes me bite all my fingernails off. 1 cup of decaf, and I like gnawing my nails off. So that isn't bad, Eve. Now, the worst case scenario, if I really have the scene like what we're going to do today with all kinds of deep layers and layers and layers, it might take 4 hours. It might take 5 hours, okay? Or leave it on all night. Okay, so now it's retrieving this is 13K, but this is big enough to put on a king size. This is what's required for a king size duvet bedspread. And you put this on a king size bedspread and you will, so this is putting out, I think this is already putting out, I mean, this is huge right here. So we want to watch this. It's not really started. Oh, it has started. Okay, look. We're already up to 93 iterations. Okay, now we're at 102. It's jumping. Look how quick this is going. Now, all I've got in here is a figure and a... but all I'm going to do, the most I would want to render this for iterations would be like 2,000. Unless I have a an HDRI that's shining a lot of light back into the scene, then it can pixelate the scene a lot. But we're already at 134, and I need to just go to 2,000, and it's only been going for 2 minutes. So that's I can render a like I said, a bedspread. Here we go. Look at this. See, this is the majesty of DAZ Studio. You've never seen your figures until you render them. And as you know, I put this figure quite a ways into the scene. What if I had put him right there, forefront in the... Now, the places that sell these Redbubble, that's the one, 13K, 13.5K, they want for their duvets and their shower curtains, okay? Now, if you don't do it like that, and which happens is that when you render your scene at 13K, you might look at the barn like next to it and say, "Oh God, that barn model came from way back during the Michael Ford time," and you look at it and all of like you've noticed that with scenes like you'll use a chair that comes from the time of Michael and when you zoom in on it, it's all pixelated and it just doesn't have nice textures, nice shaders on it, and materials. That's when you notice stuff like that and you say, "Oh, I've got to do something with those materials. They look horrible." Okay? But look, there's certainly nothing wrong with the materials here. Okay? So this is why we work with DAZ Studio and not Unreal, okay? Because DAZ gives us this at 13K. All right? And it doesn't mean that you can't. The Millennium Generation. Yes, they're better. You can render things at this resolution in Unreal, but the thing is, Unreal is geared to taking your resolution out, so you can run them around and make games from them. And it's geared to take out the resolution so that they can be animated. And DAZ is geared, for the most part, even though they have animation features in DAZ, it's geared to give you this, okay? So now let's look at how many iterations we have. See, I'm already at 300. So this, I'm 1/6 of the way there. All right. And it's only been 5 minutes. So 5 minutes times, so say 6 times 6 is 36. So this will be at 2,000 iterations in about 36 minutes. So about a half an hour. Okay. Now, if I had this scene full of all kinds of stuff, it would take... And that's the thing, is that a lot of people on these sites where you sell coffee cups and you sell all kinds of stuff. You sell T-shirts with your stuff on it, your DAZ stuff on it. They don't have DAZ. What they do is they go on Google and they try to find images, or they'll go and find images. And the biggest size they're going to find an image is 4K. And down in the fine print on these websites that sell coffee cups and stuff with your art on it, and you make yourself a channel, and then you start selling your stuff. Down in the fine print it says that sampling images is forbidden. So that means if you have a 4K image, you can't put it on a shower curtain, because a shower curtain requires at least a 10K image, and even 10K will you'll end up with a bar at the top and a bar at the bottom. So it requires like a 13K image. Well, we can do that. Now, when you set this to render at 13K, it takes more video RAM to do that. So if you fill this scene with a ton of stuff and then you set it to 13K, it just might not render. You'll get a black screen. So that's the whole thing. We're going to cancel this, okay? Because there's no point in rendering this at this point. We're already up to 500, so almost 500 iterations. But it's just a guy in a scene with a plane, so it's not like if I put layers and put all kinds, 50,000 pieces of grass here, and we put mountains in the background, and then we put a big castle here or something. It's not going to... That's what I'm planning, okay, is to do layers of stuff. So, but look at this. Just look at the... And this is only 500 iterations, and what you do is you look in the shadow parts to see where, like here, see the shadows? That'll tell you if your image is done, because you'll see, like in the shadow areas, if it's all speckles, it's not been done. See, like I can see speckles here. Yeah, see, well, mine doesn't, unknown robot. Mine doesn't drop to CPU unless I add too much. And if it does drop to CPU, I have to go into my scene then and try and simplify my scene to some degree. Like if the house inside, if I put a house in the scene and inside that house is all kinds of furniture and stuff, it's like, why do I need all that furniture inside the house when it's not even going to be seen? So you go into the house and you delete all the furniture from inside the house and stuff like that. You just simplify the scene and simplify it as much as you can so that you still have your main elements that you want in the scene, but other things are gone. That's what you do. Now, it's not a massive amount, like rendering it at 13K. Yes, it does take more video RAM. I've never really looked into how much, but it's not like it might take an extra gig. I mean, you're asking it to render your scene at, 13,000 pixels by 13,500 pixels by 13,500 pixels. So it's trying to output this massive image. Yeah, textures take up the VRAM. Yeah, I didn't know that about the... I didn't know that about the texture compression, but it makes sense, Wallace. Shaggy, it makes sense that DAZ would improve the texture compression because, I mean, we have like these awesome JPEGs and things like that, and DAZ needs a lot of optimization, and it's just not been happening, and but DAZ is still it's still awesome without it, but imagine it with it. Okay, so that's the thing. So at this point, and Daz, I mean, Daz is geared to give us like what 10-bit, there's beauty canvases and all. It's geared to give us like amazing renders. Okay, it's so that is the thing with Daz, is that if you go on these sites and you post your stuff on teacups, on coffee cups, coffee mugs, and hats and sweatshirts and shower curtains, and if you put you're going to rule there, okay? Because even most like really high-tech cameras won't take a 13K picture. They're 50 megapixels is kind of now my phone will take 200 megapixels. My Samsung S 15 or something. No, it's the latest Samsung phone, the 1 terabyte Samsung phone. My Samsung phone will take a 200 megapixel image, but I still don't think a 200 megapixel image is 13K. So that's not big enough for a duvet, for a king size duvet. So that's the thing, but Daz is. And so if you create something really big and render it in that ungodly size, you can go on these sites and you can upload that image, that 13K image, which 1,500 pixels is actually the limit. Even if it's 1,501 pixels, they'll reject it. But 13K is actually the size required. Well, 13.5 is the size required to fill a king-size duvet. And so most people can't sell stuff on there for a duvet, because they don't have something that outputs natively 13K art. But you do. You have something that does. And these are all the more reasons why Daz Studio should be, celebrated for what it can do already, let alone what it's capable of doing. So, and I've been selling duvets and puzzles, and those, I've been selling them for like 6 years. And I've sold a bunch. And whenever I sell something, they say, congratulations, out of 1 million artists, somebody picked you, your art. And it's Daz art. I just sold a puzzle, and someone from France bought one of my puzzles. Bought a puzzle with one of my images on it. It was just about 2 weeks ago. This is the awesomeness of Daz Studio. So let's see now. What I'm inclined to do is use is to bring this ground in even more. So this a little bit of some kind of, I don't know what it is. It looks like transparency around the edges of this ground, but let's bring this ground in. And this is similar to the scene that I made just a few days ago, but we're going to try a different kind of thing. And then we're going to go here and bring, okay, I'm kind of getting despondent here. KZ, go out of here into texture shaded. I think I'm going to go back to, I'm not going to sell this probably on a coffee cup. So I kind of know what I'm going to sell and what I'm not. Okay. And this is for the Daz gallery. Okay. So here we go. And because I know what my fans kind of want on a coffee cup. And and so we're going to go now to render settings again. Okay, I'm going to close down some of these things. Okay, heat animations, I don't need this here. Close the pane. Simulation settings, we'll probably keep that. Shaping, I'm going to get rid of that for now. And render settings, we want that. Tool settings, we want that. Surfaces, power pose, I think I've already got them in a pose. I'm going to close that for now. And just so I can get around here into these things, content parameters, surfaces, ultra scenery XT is what I kind of want. Do they do all the color correcting for you? No, you have to do your own color correcting. It's actually pretty easy. You know, you can pretty much, Eve, do most of your color correcting right in DAZ Studio. You know, if you want it to be brighter, then turn up the lights of your environment. When, you know, DAZ Studio doesn't do a bad job all on its own, but yes, you can bring it into, if you want to color correct, you bring it into Photoshop or you bring it into GIMP and you run it through some filters and sharpen it, or, you know, and it does help to take, like, it seems like sometimes Photoshop has like like DAZ is like a contrast veil, and so if you like where it looks like a gray veil that's over your art. And so if you do some filters in Photoshop, you can kind of lift that veil off and sharpen your image a little bit, but it's not necessarily compulsory that you do that. What's the Mars? Okay, that's new. Okay, this Mars terrain here, this is a new product. I'll go to the, we'll go to the product here, and it's show asset in prop. Okay. Okay, this is the Mars terrain. Yeah, this is brand new Explore product. Okay, it's Mega Terrain Mars. And this one I just bought like a month ago. Not even that, I think less than. So it's Mega. I think it's got a colon here. Mega Terrain Mars. We got a bunch of them here. Yeah, this is 21. This is new. So, but I only paid like a couple bucks for it, I think. So, yeah. So this is amazing. This is a really, really, really nice set here. Okay, it's very nice. And look at what we're seeing here. We're seeing layers. Look at this. This is this layer, then there's this layer, and then there's the fog layer, and then there's this layer, then this layer here, then that layer in the back. And then you've got your HDRI, which is kind of boring, but it's still kind of cool. So these are layers. So this is a pretty good product here. I recommend. We got some HDRIs, some VDBs that come with it. Did I say? I think I called that a VDB, but I'm not sure. These are the terrains you get with it, the basic terrains, and they're kind of just ready to go kind of terrains. This is a nice product, but if you go back in this Kindred Arts, they've been doing stuff for a long time. You got this other Mega Landscape, Mars Base. He's been doing Mars stuff for a while. Mega Terrain. We got sandy areas and all. So, and if you go to his products, you'll find a ton of stuff. Okay, this is a different artist. So we go to this one here, and we go Kindred Arts. They were, I believe, in that sale, and that's how I ended up with this. And that may have been one of the like you get this Mars thing and you buy a bunch of his stuff. And if I go through here, you'll see that I own a ton of his stuff. So I own the Mars thing. I own the Japan one. And this Zen Mountain Snow, that one I paid, I think, a good amount for it, like maybe $9. It's 50% off, I think, but I might have paid. But I got a bundle. I got the mountain range, the Zen Mountains. So I got this all in a huge bundle. And Jurassic, this is nice. These Jurassic forests, they are like VDVs, and also a lot of really good stuff here. We've got terrain decals. Okay, this is something that I was thinking about when you mentioned decals, that we could actually throw some of these on and add like a lot of stuff, but to the terrain. But I think what I'm going to do is put some kind of, I'm going to ultra scatter. Okay, and we're going to put some. So make sure your monitor calibration is done. You see, I have heard that sometimes calibrating your monitor can make it worse. And if you have a fairly good monitor from a good, like a, Acer or Spectrasonics or just Dell monitors, just most of these monitors have their own profile, and they've kind of been set up enough, and to go and spend like $400 on a calibrator that you're going to use only once. And then I've had people just say that the calibrator made their computer look. I mean, I've done some heavy duty studying. Should I buy a calibrator? And in the end answer was no. If my monitor is too like the contrast, if I go into a program and I can't see the contrast between certain lines, like ruler lines and stuff, then maybe I might go in and adjust the contrast a little bit on my monitor. But other than that, I just leave the monitor the way it is, and I've always kind of had some good luck with that. So my monitor is an Asus monitor right now, and you all know that Asus is probably rules the technology, other than NVIDIA, but Asus is like the motherboard company. And are they the monitor company? I don't know, but I paid like pennies for this monitor, brand new. So, and it's a 4K monitor, and it's 32-inch. So, yeah. And even some of the cheap monitor brands that are like very cheap and they're huge monitors, just don't buy a TV. Don't try to use a TV with Daz Studio. You have to have a computer monitor, but as long as you got a computer monitor, don't spend $300 on a calibrator. Let's work with Ultra Scenery XT. So I'm going to bring this in. We'll go 512. Let's put some kind of background thing in the scene. It's going to put a gigantic piece of land in here. And then what we're going to work with layers today. Layers. So save location. First thing we got to do is we got to go up, and we're going to call this new. We'll call this one Sparta. Maybe, I don't know what it, I'm just going to start with Sparta, but I don't know, it may change. So I'm going to bring this down to 50 in the height. Okay, and then we're going to mess around with, and let's go down to 40 here maybe. Okay, that kind of works. I'm going to go, I don't need this up. I'm not going to render this in that large size, so I'm going to go back to 16 by 9. And then I'm going to go to 40 maybe here. Okay. All right. I'm going to put the maybe Colosseum here, okay? And so we're going to do something like this. And, oops, we don't want that. Okay, let's come back here now. We're going to put a camera in the scene. Create, new camera. We'll copy the active thing here. And we're going to lock the camera for now. Just lock it. Okay, and now we need to find some kind of Coliseum. Do I have a Coliseum? How do you spell Coliseum? Echo, how do you spell Coliseum?
Coliseum is spelled C-O-L-I-S-E-U-M.
I'm sorry, C-O-L-I-S-E-U-M. So, C-O-L-L-I-S-S-E-U-M. Do I have a Coliseum? All files. No. I know I have a Coliseum. Default. Let's see. Okay, we're in files. C-O-L-I-S-S-E-U-M. Okay, well, we don't need the Coliseum. We'll go into our environments, and we'll just find some columns and stuff that we can. I'm going to turn this camera, select this from the camera. I'm not quite happy with this, so I'm going to unlock this for a brief moment. The ground is too high. I want more of a expansive. Okay, and I don't know how high to make this. And then we can do something with this with him. Since I'm not going to put this on a t-shirt. Okay, so I can have him kind of right up here in the scene. We're going to put some Trojan stuff on him with that Sparta kind of helmet and all, but then I'm going to put in the way, way, way distance, we're going to have some big columns. Okay, what's going on here? Thanks for all the tips, guys. Okay, yes, thank you, Rex. Oh, thank you, people. Thank you very much. I hope that's helpful to you. And yes, do you use DAZ Central? No. And or log into your DAZ account online. Go to the products library and search in your browser. Yes, I do go into the products library occasionally when I can't find something. Sometime I'll search through there. But now that you can search with quotes, I find that pretty much I can do it now from within here and find stuff. So this ruined tower, I think we'll use this. We're going to go to environments. Now I just use this ruined tower. I don't want the fireplace thing. Okay, so we put this in and see if we can take the fireplace out. Okay. Now, now the camera, did I lock that again? No. All right, so what I'm going to do is lock the camera again. Now that I've set it kind of where I want it. Now this central rock group, we're going to go parameters. We're going to go Z. And we're going to put this way, 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 way in the background like this. And over here. And we're going to scale this up. We're going to get rid of the fire. Okay. We're talking about layers, people. Layers. We are talking about scene staging. Okay. We want this way in the background. Like this, and scale it. Okay. And Y rotate. Okay, now we go here to this. All right. And what we're looking for is, okay, now what we're going to do is try and set up this land here. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is kind of give you guys the kind of the fun part of this is we're going to use this fog wall, okay? And I don't know that I have, here it is, fog wall, all right? And now if you notice this, where's the fog wall? It's too close. So what we do is we take this fog wall and we go to surfaces, parameters, Z. We're going to bring the fog wall way, way, way back here. And scale it. I don't know why that fog wall just got like hugely, okay, but we're going to keep going. If this fog wall doesn't work, I'll try other things, but we're going to go back now, Z. Okay, like that, and scale it. This is Sickle Yield's product, okay? And then we take this and we go to the fog wall. I think that's where you're supposed to scale it, okay? I'm not sure. Okay, we've got a problem here. It's not covering the whole thing. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to scale this a little more. The density. And then Y translate. So that this covers the whole gamut here. Scale this a little more. Y translate. Scale it some more. And okay, it's scaling very slowly. Okay, there we go. And now bring it in a little bit. Z translate. Okay. And then we're going to go. So we'll go here to this, and we go to the density of the volume in the surfaces. Let's go 0.1. See what that does. Well, that's really a lot. So we just go maybe 3. And we go 2. And we go here with maybe 1. Okay, we go more with, let's see, 0.5. Okay. See how what that did? And then we bring in another fog wall. And go here. Let's do the poof instead. And we bring this way back. Okay, Z, parameters, Z. Let me see. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe, let's see. So there is that option. But I've never found that to kind of work. It seems to work well. Okay, so this is bringing it closer. Okay, that's bringing it back. Okay, so now this poof. Okay, we scale the poof. Let's see. All right, and go Z. Z translate. Which way are we going with this? Okay, that brings it back. And all right, now let's go to the fog wall and let's play around with some of those things. There is a scale relative to size. I think you're right. Density relative to size. Okay, and then let's go back to like the 20. See, I think it looks pretty much kind of the same, but let's go 40. See what this happens when we go really large. 100. Yeah, it still kind of looks the same. So, but let's just go to 20 here. That seems to work. And then we go to the poof. I think I'm going to go with another fog wall because I just kind of, the poof is like wide. The fog wall is just like a wall. And it gives me a little bit more control over where it is. Now I think we're going to do the same thing. We're going to do that trick there, scale it, the density relative to size, because I am going to resize this as well. So we'll click that density relative to size, and then we'll go back to the fog wall. We'll go to parameters, Z, so that it's just out beyond here. And we'll scale this. All right. Now we can obscure these a little bit. Now we don't have like an HDRI that we've put in the scene of any kind to some degree. It looks like our fog wall is too high. So let's see what happens when we bring it down to cover the ground here and scale this. So now that gives you the back fog wall. Okay, so this we're going to go fog wall. I think this is far. Did I miss something? We're working. This is the fun part. This is what I kind of envisioned doing. For all of this time, it's been in my head saying we got to do the fog wall. We got to do the fog wall. All right, so this is near fog wall. So, yeah, this is the near and far fog walls. Near. And so what we have are this sickle yield product, okay? And we go to here, and this would be VDB. And where is it? This one, I believe it is. It's called Real Fog. And there is one of the fog walls, at least. This is another one, fog wall. I think that's the one we used here. This is a product I couldn't do without. I just cannot live without this product and this one. Both of these sickle yield products give me all of these kinds of, that might be the fog wall where I'm using here. I might try a different one, okay? But because this is the earlier version of her, and I don't have all of my VDBs up in here in this right now. As you can see, I just haven't had the time to put them all in here. Actually, this is the earlier fog wall. Let's go and do a search here. Products. We'll go VDB. And what I'll do is I'll turn them off. Okay. We go to default. And here's the other product here. And default, we go into props. And we have, what's nice is this one here. You can flip it around, you can rotate it around, and then you can have it kind of come up so that it doesn't like completely like go all the way up. Like, you know how mountains sometimes will have fog down in the lower area, but they won't have it like on the tips? Well, that's kind of a hard effect to do when you got a wall, when they give you like a wall that just is like sharp and just kind of like ends. Okay? So if you flip this around, it kind of gives you that variegated wall. Like where this is just kind of, boom, it's a sharp edge, which is what we kind of want. So let's try one of these walls. Okay, and see if we get a better effect. So we go to parameters. We go Z. Now you can change the color of the fog. You can do all the density and all that. So Z. We bring this way. Let's turn these other fog walls off for a moment. Z translate. They didn't turn off. I have to go out of Iray and back in. Okay, texture shaded. Okay, come back in. All right. All right, that works. Now we'll scale this one. I'm going to show you some other options as well, and sometimes they work even better than this option. Okay, and it doesn't require as much CPU power to use these other options, okay? For creating layered fog, okay? You're going to be amazed, okay? These might be products you don't own yet. Okay, scale. It might be products you own and have never thought to use them. Okay, so that's another option, possibility. Okay, let's see what we've got here. Not sure how to use this exactly. Scale us a little more. Now I think we're going to go to that relative to scale thing. It's kind of gotten denser, more dense. Let's put it that way. Relative to scale. Okay, look at that. So that did do something really nice. Okay, here. And I'm going to zoom that back a little further. It looks like it's chopping in on my mountains. Z. I'm assuming that I might actually get a better effect out of this newer fog than the older one that Sickle Yield used, but it doesn't mean that that product isn't really, really good and worth buying as well. So the poof is especially, and the, okay, we're going to scale this up a lot more, and then we're going to bring it back more. Z. Okay, why is it? Okay, now I can scale it a little more. That's way back there. It's okay. There. All right, and now we can go to our surface here. Bring this down to maybe 10. See, I like that better. Okay, so we're going to use this fog wall instead. It just seems a little bit more ethereal, kind of. Okay, so then we throw another fog wall in for this up close one. We go to surfaces again. Here, surfaces, and we go here to density relative to size. And then we go back here and bring it back. Z, translate. Scale it, see if that's enough. Y translate, this is going to work nicely. And then we take and go to surfaces. Here, here, here. We go that to 10. Okay, see, this gives us the kind of thing that I'm looking for. And then we could put a little bit of like another VDB up in here. Okay, we're going to save this as, why didn't it remember this? Didn't I have a name for this already? It was called, okay, I guess not. Okay, we're going to go this, we'll call this archaic CHA, I think that's how you spell it. Troy. We'll call it that for now. All right. And we haven't messed with our HDRI yet. We still have like the basic HDRI here. Oh, I did put something in here, but I'm not sure what it is. Now, this gives us 2 layers. You see this one? Now I put them both at 10, but this one that's closer, okay, this is the near, we'll call this the near fog wall. And we're going to call this one the far fog wall. All right, but this near one we could even bring down, like, because I put the other one at 10. Well, let's bring this one down to like 5. So that is a really a big difference between this world and that world. And I could go in with this back world here. We could go to like 15. Make it even a little bit more. And that works. Okay. Save this. And now we'll select this Ultra Scenery XT, and let's give this a little bit of some life here. Ultra Scenery XT. We're going to pick some kind of, we'll add some biomes to it. Where is it? Strata, displace water, biome. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is the Ultra Scenery. For a minute, I thought I was in Ultra Scenery too, so we just click Biome, and it adds the basic one. And then we just do a quick render and see what it looks like. See, now that is nice. That is very nice. Because I didn't want the trees to be too small, or else it would look, it's like, well, how could the trees be tiny and then this be so, you see, so that is nice. And when we mess with the HDRI, we're going to have something really nice. So now, okay, so I would say the background is done. So other than this kind of green color here, I'd kind of like to do something special. It's just that's the typical. Now this is where we could take this Ultra Scenery XT biome. I think this right here, this Ultra Scenery XT, when you select that, that's the ground. Okay, so when we go to surface here, and Ultra Scenery XT, you see we have these color, bedrock, underwater tint. Okay, and then we have the grass color. What if we just kind of come in here and mess with some of this? And go here, and we go with this, but a little bit less red. And this one, grass color tint 2. Let's go with this one. And this one, top coat. Okay, I'd like to do this more with brown. And we got some kind of color up here too. Bedrock underwater tint. See, I'm not sure I want to mess with that. We don't have any water in this anyway, so let's just kind of give it a brown color. See what happens. Okay. I think I'd like this to be a little bit more red. And I don't see any more. Okay, we got another color. Sand color. Okay. And okay, let's see what that does. Now I'm not sure how to get this other green color. Base color tint. Okay, so what if we go with a more of a dark gray? Yeah, see this is I don't want the ground to look like everybody else's ground, you know? I just want to be different. There we go. Now let's see what this looks like in our render. See, that is nice. It just looks different. I'm not sure I like this brown, this color of the rock. It doesn't look like rocks to me. It looks more like dirt, and it should look more like a rock. So, oh, that was kind of loud. My Windows volume mixer. Okay, that's a little better. All right. So we go back here, and this one here, terrain, bedrock. Okay, we're going to go back with more of a and yeah. So I think more of a gray. There. Not have setting to enable render preview like you can with dForce hair. No, the only render preview you have is render. And that's just for certain things. And this is the Ultra Scenery XT. Okay, now Ultra Scenery 2, you can turn things on and off that you want. Like you can just turn the trees on right in Iray. But it can really be a hog to turn everything on at once. So you can turn things on at will. So you can check and say, oh, What do the trees look? What's the grass look like? What do the rocks in the road look like? But with Ultra Scenery XT, the only time you can see the trees, everything else you can see but the trees. And the only way to see the trees is to hit render. And just do it. So what you do is you just get your render to be like kind of like a small window. Like I only have it at 2000 right now on a 4K monitor. So, but now this looks nice. I like this. It works. This is beautiful. Look at that. Little wisps of fog here. And I can change the color of the fog. The fog is kind of gray. I could make it a little bit whiter. Okay, so, but we can mess with this stuff later. I haven't even really set the HDRI in yet, but I'm liking the trees. Now I could make the trees a little bit smaller, but I think I'm going to leave them just like they are. Okay, so now this bedrock color, mixed color. Okay, so I'm just noticing other colors that not sure how I jumped over these colors. The bedrock mixed color. Okay, so those are the rocks. The grass color, I'm not sure why I still have a green in the grass color when I've turned all the green off. Sand color, so this doesn't, it's not computing in my head why it's still green. Where's the green coming from? Can't figure that out. It might be coming from, no, I don't see any color in these maps, which is kind of nice that all these maps are kind of in the black and white color, kind of so that it allows you to set your own colors. Now this bedrock mixed color tint, this kind of looks green to me. So what if I just change it to like green? I mean to brown. Okay, that didn't work, so I'm going to undo that Z. It didn't do what I kind of wanted it to do, so I think instead of this red, I'm going to go more with kind of like a brown. And this one here. Well, I think I like the red a little more of the red. There we go. And so I'm not sure how to get the green here. Mix color tint 1. I don't think it's that one either. I think these are the rock that says bedrock. No idea how to fix that. And the sand color. I think that's for underwater. Noise factor. Okay, these are, I think, shape stuff. Snow color. We don't have any snow here because it's not high enough for snow. Okay, and I'm not seeing any way to change the green here. Bedrock base color tint, we already did that. Flow map. What happens if we change this? That did nothing. Okay, we'll go back. All right, we're going to leave that. So now we'll save this. Save this. And now what we'll do is we're going to do some ultra scatter on this piece of ground here. Now if I go here to the top view and zoom out, go out of Iray, and let's zoom out. Okay. See, I don't need all this ground here. So I'm going to do kind of like a cardinal sin here, and I'm going to go into geometry editor. I hope I'm not ruining the scene right now. I don't think I am, but okay, let's look at this. We go zoom out. Okay, there. We can't see. We're seeing two fog walls. Let's see. Now this is our this is our ultra scenery XT. This all that is we see, you can see a couple things. That ultra scenery XT is huge. I think I'd have to go a long way to see the other fog wall. I'm not gonna do it. So let's come back in here. I know I could zoom in closer, but let's click on this ground here and zoom in on that. All right, so what I'm going to do is go into our tool settings. We're going to go to geometry editor. And then what I'm going to do is right click, go to selection mode, marquee, and I'm going to go like this. Whoop. Okay, I don't see the square. It should be drawing a square for me. Hold the control key. Keep going down here. Okay, draw. It's not showing me the square. Okay. Marquee. It's supposed to show a square, and it's not showing it. I think this might be a bug. All right, but there it is. Right click. Geometry editing, delete selected polygons. Yes. Okay, that just made the scatter area a little bit smaller. This ground does look like it's kind of variegated along the edge. I don't know if that's the word for it. It looks like it's got a fade kind of thing going. So, which is very rare for, it's like a translucency. Okay, so let's go back to the camera view, and everything still looks okay. Now we'll select our ground, make sure the ground is selected, and then we're going to go out of here back to our move mode, and then I'm going to open up ultras. Oh, we have to put something to scatter on here. So let's find a scatter object. Delete this. Okay. Let's find something that will scatter really nicely. Let's do that. Flower. Okay, you take the first one and you put it down under the scene somewhere. You just hide it. Okay. Then we open up Ultra Scatter. Okay, I don't think I have it here. We're going to go to Scripts, Ultra Scatter Pro. As long as you have your scatter object selected, you open this and see now it'll say flower here. And I'm going to scatter this like 9,000 times. The target object is going to be, what's this piece of ground here called? Let's see, it's in here somewhere. Grass patch. Ground plane. That's it. 9,000 times. Okay, distribution. We're going to go purlin. Okay, so we have like a pattern to distribute. And all of this is good. Then we go scaling, and we want it to go 100% down to 50%. So some of them are short and some are high. Okay. And then rotation, I just take these Y ones and bring them up about 2/3. I don't know, it just works. Okay. So it spins them this way. Okay. And does it like in a varying pattern. And I might do these at like Y, like at 0.5, 0.5, and X, 0.5, just a tiny bit, like, so they're kind of like a little bit yawed, you know, a little bit. And surface scatter. Now, if I grabbed, I think that was the plane. I think I scattered them on the plane. On the plane. On the plane. Okay, I'm laughing at myself. Yeah, let's see what we got. 6,000 of these plants. Flowers scattered. I love ultra scatter. Be careful with ultra scatter, okay? Don't buy the advanced one, okay? And think, oh, this advanced one's better than the pro. DAS, at least the last I checked, they'll let you buy the advanced, and then they'll let you buy the pro, and then they'll let you buy the advanced. That was a different Rex. That was my namesake. That's why I am named Rex. Because of that Rex. One of my favorite actors. Yep. Still is. Yes. So here we go. Look at this. Look what we have. Looky, looky. Here we go. Yes. And where's that blasted plane? Okay, this is nice, but my camera, I don't have a spotlight in the scene, so my camera's blowing all this out. I'm not really sure that I really like this, but let's see. Let's put a spotlight in the scene and turn off this darned camera light. And then what we got to do is we got to put in an HDRI and try to bring this scene to life. Well, it could be. The thing is you know, I'm a little bit of a dandy, you know, and I like the contrast of the war with the flowers. Okay? So that's why I do this stuff, okay? Is I like to contrast things. It's my style, all right, of doing art. We're going to pull this spotlight down here just to get it out of the way. And so that is why I like to contrast like this you know, brute kind of thing with something delicate and tender. It's my style of doing things. But I understand the whole Gladiator thing in the hand going through over the wheat. Yes, I see that imagery, and I think it's a valid suggestion. So, all right, now it's not doing anything, like I put way too much, too many of these in. But I'm not taking one out. It's like too many notes. Here we go. Too many notes. Look at that. That's almost nice just the way it is. Let's see what a render looks like. Okay, we're out of here. We're out of here. Okay, so we got the darn... Okay, now there is the top of my... So both of these are covering the top. That's good to know. Now... what we're going to do is we're going to go back into Iray. And we're going to play around with the HDRI. Oh, I might have just locked up my scene. I got it saved though, I think. Okay, I just realized I don't have this set to memory. So it may not want to render this. Okay, it did. Okay, and that opened. I'm shocked that it didn't lock up DAZ, so maybe they're fixing stuff. I think they are. I think they're working real hard on DAZ Studio now, people. We got the lead out of their butts. We got them working on DAZ Studio like hardcore. Well, in a week, we'll have DAZ Studio 6. So let's see. What we've got to do is... Okay, I think I forgot to do something. Yes, I did. So I have to go back into... I've got to go back into Ultra Scatter. We've got to open up this Ultra Scatter Pro here. And go back to Ultra Scatter. And I have to turn it on to scatter during the planets. During the... for the camera. Scatter only in the camera. Because it scattered it on the whole plane. Okay, and that's why everything's kind of slow here. So first thing I have to do is go into render settings. Iray, which has a mad huge improvement. The latest Iray, okay. They updated to the latest Iray. Nice. That's like, see, this is what I mean. This is so exciting. It's such an exciting time to live to see DAZ Studio really getting the love it needs. I am incredibly pleased. Okay, so we're going to go to render settings. We're going to go to optimization. And I'm going to spit on my microphone here. And we're going to go to optimization. And we're going to set this to memory. Okay, because we got all these instances. And if we don't, we're going to reach this point where it's just going to keep repeating and repeating and repeating over and over and over for this. So somewhere here we have to go back to settings. Okay, see where I says restrict to the camera? Say camera. Okay, surface scatter. Now I got it right. And what's going to happen is it's not going to scatter enough because I didn't back off of the camera. I told you that trick that you back off from the camera a little bit. And then you scatter, and then you move your camera back in. And so what we're going to do is we're going to end up seeing like a seam here. I don't like the way it does that, but I think there's also a way to tell it to like back to move closer to the camera kind of thing. I'm not sure. But I think we're getting somewhere with this scene. When we start messing with HDRIs and getting the sun and some color into this and changing this kind of yucky looking fog into something really pretty, it's going to change this. It's important not to burn yourself out on streaming. I've seen other channels where that has happened. Well, if I was, I've been making videos for like 5 years on another channel, and this is I have like 5 YouTube channels. I actually have like 8 of them. So all right, so now this is the problem. What happens is when you do the ultra scatter thing, and so the way you fix this is you back way off. Okay, now I'm going to select my camera. All right, see, because I mean it's nice, but it's just, I don't want to see this here. I want it to like go all the way under my camera. So I'm going to unlock the camera. Then I'm going to back off of this like this. All right. Then I'm going to go back into ultra scenery. Okay, see how now it's limited it to the camera, but I'm going to now go back and select my ultra scenery, ultra scatter. then go to Scripts, Ultra, Ultra Scatter Pro, and Surface Scatter. I'm going to scatter again. It's because the thing is that I have it set to only scatter. It's called culling, so that it only scatters in the camera view. So it really doesn't matter how big the plane is, because it's only going to scatter these plants in the camera view port and not behind it or not beside it. It's only so. But what I'm doing is I'm backing off. That's okay. That would make a lot of sense if you were scattering it through the whole thing. And so that's why I'm backing off from the camera, so it will scatter further, like make a larger thing. Then I'm going to move in again with the camera, and then I can bring the camera where I kind of want it. So we are adding another probably 3,000 plant instances here. But now what I can do, it's scattering. It says it's creating 9,000 instances, okay? 9,172, I think it was. No, it's 2,188 instances. Now what I do is I bring this in like this, and we got it, okay? See, that's how we do it. Click Save. Then I can lock the camera. Now, theoretically, I could like undo all these and like go in and delete a few of these, but this is where we're gonna keep it here. And now let's see what it looks like in a render. This should all be now in that memory aspect. Look at that. Wow. This is nice. Very nice. Look at that. See, this is layering, people. And so we put a little teeny bunny rabbit here and then in the front, and then a couple of leaves from trees coming in on the edges. You can layer things amazing. Now let's cancel this render. I think it's time to play with the HDRI now and see what happens when we kind of play with that. I'm really liking this. Economy sky. Look at this. I see already we've got something really amazing here. And now let's put his Trojan. Let's save this. I like this already. Let's put his Trojan. Kind of looks like the fog of war. Let's dress him up now. And let's find his Trojan. I rarely put a helmet on my figures except for Trojan. It's like, because I don't like covering the face, because I kind of work real hard at making them look handsome and attractive. Okay, so we're looking for a wardrobe here, okay? Let's narrow it down. And okay, it's not coming up, so I just got to look for it. Okay. Okay, this has definitely got to be the Trojan thing. So I got to find it. Does anyone know what that's called? Here it is. Gladiator. Wardrobe. Okay, we got to select our Genesis 9 figure. What's the difference here? Okay, that's without the helmet. That's with everything. And that's what we want, everything. We want the cape. We want it all. So, okay, let's do a quick render and see what this looks like. And this is like layering a scene, okay? It's bringing depth into your scene. And I want to just show you one other option, okay, besides the fog wall, okay? And, okay, so this is pretty nice here. That is beautiful now. Look at this. I wonder if doing a little bit of I don't think I need to do anything with this. I could run a little bit of a simulation on that jacket so it kind of falls a little bit more. But I'm not going to do it. It's kind of one of the very rare times when I just feel like I don't need to do anything with this. So this is very, very nice. This is exactly what I wanted here. And yeah. So, yeah, I find this profound. It takes me into a kind of a profound, it is the juxtapose of the flowers. Thank you, Eve. Thank you. What is through his arm? This is a sword here. Yeah, I've looked at all of that. You're very good eye. I think it all looks good. It looks like his fingers might be going through there, but I don't see that it is. Oh, look at this. You're right. There's something here. It looks like this is going to need some mesh grabber because it's going, it's a little bit too small for his arm. I'm seeing some flesh come through there. It's not supposed to. Which means I could pull his arm out a little bit, but I think I'm going to leave this arm right where it's at. I can't see that his fingers are actually going through that belt loop, but this looks like it's actually coming through. I'm wondering if a quick simulation wouldn't hurt. I didn't have to put hair on him. Or even arm hair. I don't think he needs arm hair. I think he's fine. I'm going to leave this that way. It actually looks fine to me. But this part here. Now I got to make sure my camera is locked. No, it wasn't. Okay, we're going to lock the camera. Yeah, well, I might be here for a little while longer. Serenity's Gate, welcome, welcome, friend. Welcome. Lovely to have you here. Very nice, very nice. So we're going to go here and we're going to lock the camera. Where's the camera? We're going to lock it so I don't mess with it again and mess it up. And I'm going to be here for a while, but yes, you want to go back? We've worked with fog walls, okay? So these are two fog walls. One fog wall is way in the back here, making this look even more distant. And then another fog wall is right beyond the grass here, making this look distant. And so now we're going to zoom in. Now we're going to go into perspective view. We're going to look and see if his hand is actually coming through. Let's see if I can grab this. Yep, I think I can. And now let's zoom in. Yep, just what I thought. There's probably a, this is a right, there's, okay, we have to select this. This would be the bracers left. Okay, this would the right bracer. Okay, is that the right thing, I think? Tunic. Okay, I can't tell if that's the right or left bracer. What? I think that's it. But let's see what happens when we turn this off. Yeah, it is. Okay, that's the right bracer. So there should be a morph for it. Expand all. We just got to bring it out a little bit. There it is. Now let's see if the other bracer, okay, it looks like there's a problem with the other bracer. It's important to get around here and see that we didn't mess any of this stuff up. Bracer left. And we do have a problem with that one as well. Okay. Look at the beautiful artwork in this. This is what we get. This is when they do male stuff, it's really nice. Okay, I think this arms probably should come out a tiny bit. Okay, here. And we bend it. Which way? Just a little bit. I think that's enough. Oh, we got his finger going through there. We got to twist this. Come on. All right. And I'm starting to look at this and say, okay, maybe we do need dForce. What would happen if we just try and run it? Okay. Let's try it. Let's just run the simulation. We're going to make sure he's not in his, okay, simulation settings. We're going to turn off. We're just going to run a simulation and see what happens. I should have saved it. Okay. I kind of did what I wanted it to do, except in the front, where we have those, the belt, his belt. Something's not right there. Well, that worked. I don't know how they do that, where everything blows up except when it's all part of some kind of set. Then you can do simulation without the problems. Yeah, the straps on the skirt, we're going to fix them. We're going to use mesh grabber. Let's use the new mesh grabber. Okay, we got to find out. This is the chest belt. Is this it? No, that's not it. That's okay. This is the belt. No, it's not the belt. There's still problems with the belt, but the belt's okay, I think. Okay, one of these is going to make, okay, that's it. Okay, so we have that selected. Then we go to our tool settings. We go to our new mesh geometry sculptor. Okay, I left this at really a large size. Let's go back to 5. Oh, I'm in the wrong mode here. Z, undo, undo. Let's just reset that. Okay, we're going to go here to this one, this mode. We're going to just pull these out. I can't see which way these are going. Okay, the red one. Okay. I'm going to turn off some of this scene stuff so I can work. Okay, so we're going to go to our Ultra Scenery Pro, Ultra Scatter. We're going to turn off all these. We're just going to hide them in Ultra Scenery XT. Okay, and now we can move around. Okay. And now we go back to our, what was that part? I think it's this one. I can't remember. Yeah, this one. This is good. Now we go here. Pull that out a little. Pull this out a little bit. And this. Where's blue? Okay, and this one. I can't tell which way I'm pulling these things. Okay, blue. Let's turn that a little bit. Okay, what are we saying? I have to go. It's past midnight here. I'll catch up tomorrow. I subscribed. Well, thank you very much. Make sure you click the bell for notifications, for all notifications, and we can have you grace this chat again soon, friend. That is what we need, is all notifications. So please do. And here we go. That one's out now. If I know what outfit I'm going to be used ahead of time, then I pose my character at from 15 and a 0 pose on frame 1. Then when draping the cloth, it fits perfectly by the time it gets to frame 15. Oh yeah, see, a lot of times I do that. I will do the simulation from their 0 pose. But this time I just kind of cheated because it looked like I might have been able to like do it without having to do that. So that's usually what I do, is I animate it, but this time I kind of cheated. Just because I felt I could get away with it. Okay, this has got to come out. It's just going to have to stick way out, I guess. Wow, this new mesh grabber works really nice. Okay, we don't want to move that over. We want to move it out. Look at that. See, you just can't go wrong with this mesh grabber. Okay, that's the wrong way. This is the one. Here. And here. Okay. Looks like we've got it. Okay, we could kind of twist this one a little bit. That's not working. It's kind of throwing everything off. I'm going to leave that just the way it is. Pull this one out a little more. All right. And that's okay. That all looks good. He got a Genesis 9 pumpkin suit. All right. I'm missing all the fun. Did you find the link? I'm loving that Sculptor. Yes, it is very nice. The Sculptor is great. They did a good job. You know what? I kind of was dreading it because I thought, this is going to be just too hard for them to do. Now, is this the belt? Because we got a little problem with the belt here. Okay, the belt's got to come out a little bit. I thought this is going to be just too hard, and it's going to be terrible when it comes out. I was such a worrier, you know, just thinking it's going to be too hard for them to do, and I just felt like that was what was going to happen. Now this all looks like it's got to be pulled in, the sword. What is this sword? This just doesn't quite look right here. Where's it? Chest belt and sheath. Well, we just kind of pull this in. All right, what we're going to do is this. There we go. That worked. They kind of anticipate what you might need to do. This is very nice. Now, are his fingers going through the sheath? That's the question. I'm just kind of wondering, are they really going through it? You should kind of look. Okay, so I just got to take his hand. Pull this out a little. Oops, that's his thumb. Let's get the whole hand here. All right, that works. Let's take a look at this hand. That works. All right, we got a little bit of this going on here. So where is the... Which one is the... I'm not a fan of Smet, but I don't mind a little skin. I say to each their own. As long as it's done kind of tastefully, you know? And respectfully, you know? That's those are important aspects, I think. So we're going to go back to our Sculptor. We're going to click this. Pull. This couldn't work any better. It really couldn't. It's done so well. And then this here. Okay, that's not up enough. Am I doing something wrong here? Maybe this one. Okay, I'm not pulling this up enough, I think. Okay, what I'm going to do is get a little bit more micro here. We're going to go down to 1. And we'll pull this up a little bit more here in a micro fashion. rather than pulling the whole thing out. Gosh, this works so well. I am sold. Okay, I don't think I can do much with that. I think that's whatever that is, it's kind of messed up. I don't think I have to worry too much about that. Maybe another place here. Okay, I'm not using the right one, the right tool here. Green, blue, and blue. Blue eyes. Okay, green. Got the wrong one here. Cloak. And then we go here. Here we go, another spot. I had it right the first time. There it is. I'm not sure that I'm going to be able to push this all the way in from that helmet. Let's see. Okay, I guess that works. Now this side I don't even want to look at. There we go. I guess that's okay. Just do what you need to do. This Daz is officially a modeler. You know, it's like so many times I'd say, well, I need modeling tools, and other Daz members would come into the forum and say, Daz isn't a modeler. It's, you know, it's like, why not? Why not? It's like, really? So Daz is a modeler now. Okay, his pants here, his what is it, this, which one is this called? The belt? Tunic. I'm going to pull the tunic out a little bit more here. There it is. A little bit. And now we've got to take this here, pull that out a little more. Okay. It does need to be. Yes. So the people are respected. Now there's something going on here with the hat. It's like that doesn't look right. I get it all rendered and like ready for a bedspread and, or, you know, for a thing. And it's like, what happened here? What's happened to our hat? Helm. Okay, this isn't good. Something's not right about that. Okay, we got to go back. Okay, this top part. Okay, so I guess I'm going to just have to pull this up. Well, that didn't work. Z. Okay, we need this much larger. Okay, how are we going to fix this? Okay, what is there got to be another part to the helm? Belt, bracers, tunic. Sheath, cloak, helm. See, it's not letting me select this. Yeah, this is right. I think you're right. dForce did this, I bet. I'm wondering if I just take the helm off and put it back, another one on, that suddenly we got it fixed. I'd like to figure this out, though. We're in Geometry Sculptor. Because it's not, it will let me click on this part, but it won't let me click on this. Which is kind of weird, but let's go into the helm and see if I can like click on the hip. Another part of the helm here, pelvis, spine, spine 2, left shoulder, maybe head, neck, head. No. All right, so what else? Well, let's hide the helm. And let's just put another helm on him. If I click the surface selector. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, let's put this back. All right, we'll go back into geometry selector. Okay. Surface selector. Geometry sculptor. Sculpting brush. Okay, now, all right, I see what you mean. Okay, so we go up here. See, I'm still wondering that that's going to let me go in. Okay, so the surface selector here. All right, we select that. And then we have, then how, okay. How do we, so then we go back to mesh grabber, sculptor. Okay. Okay. Now it looks like it is letting me select it. There we go. You are right. See, this is so, that was so helpful. That was so helpful there. That is a massive kind of thing, okay? Because, okay, we go to 5 because it's like, because a lot of clothing has this problem with layers inside layers and surfaces inside surfaces, and you have to be able to get in and you have to be able to get in and separate the and isolate the layers and fix them. Wow, this worked on both sides. Very, very nice. That was another huge one, people. So it's like that mesh grabber allows you to to go and work kind of like Geometry Editor does. So we don't really have the helm selected. We have a surface selected, and Mesh Grabber is still working with it. Yes, so this is what I did. I selected the surface tool selector, the surface selector up here, and then I just clicked on this, and it selected that surface, and then I went back into the Sculptor, and it doesn't have the helm selected. It has a surface within the helm selected. It's like this. It's like, I've got to remember this. This has got to be burned into my brain, okay? Because this is major. This is the way you separate surfaces with Mesh Grabber. This is beautiful now. That just fixed. It's so good that happened, because then we can add this into this tutorial and really kind of make this tutorial rich with some massive stuff. So you select the surface, because notice we don't have the helm selected anymore. We just went into this surfaces here and selected the surface. And the thing is that when you see those images of clothing where it's like they'll have like all the different pockets and all the different things will be a different color to just show you all the different surface parts, that you can literally work with surfaces with Mesh Grabber. That blows my mind. Now, this one right here, we might want to push this back a little. Yeah, just a little bit in there. See, this is so nice. Let's make sure that's connected. We can bring it down a little bit more now. And over. Very nice. Okay, so speaking of surfaces, okay, we've got an issue here. No, I guess that's a buckle. So if we had problems with surfaces here, now I don't really like the way this is coming through. So now we go back to Mesh Grabber. This Sculptor, we can pull this in a little bit like this. The tunic. I guess that's good enough. I don't want to do too much. I've got my thing too wide. But I think I'm going to leave that. I don't think it's going to be too much. Now look at this. See, we've got another issue here. Go back to the surface selector. Back to the geometry sculptor. That is certainly an easy way to get surface to grab something you want to work on. This is amazing. This is a game changer right here. Select that. Oops, we got the wrong one. Then go back here to the geometry sculptor. Pull this up and out. Oops. Like that. Very nice. This is how you do it. Okay. All of this looks right. So you can go through and untangle all this kind of mess here. Another surface here. Pull this belt back into here. Just pull this out a little bit. There we go. Back to this. Back to our camera. And now our guy is 100%. Save this. Wow. Wow, look what we all just learned. Thank you very much, E. Wallace. That was very nice. Yes, so that's a big one. The surface selector tool. You select the surface, then with it selected, with that particular surface selected, then you go back into the geometry. Fix the top of the strap. Let me look. Oh, Eve. Good eye, Eve. Very, very good eye. You are. Yes, it's under the lion. It's got to be over the lion. Well, that was the wrong one. This is the surface one here. There it is. Now we go back in. Lovely. And we come up here and select that. It's got to go over the lion. Okay. There it is. So you can make this perfect now. There's a little bit here. I probably should mess with those sleeves, but I'm not going to. I'm going to leave them. There's enough of a kind of overlap to hide them. This is very nice. Eve caught that. That was a good catch. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's got to go over. Yeah, it was under the lion. It doesn't make sense that it would be under the lion. So, unfortunately, one half the lion's going to get cut. Oh, but now we have it. Looks like it's coming up through here. So we go back now to our surface thing. Thanks to Eve. Awesome, people. This is fun. Now we select that. And the more we work with this, the better we get. This is it. Then we all become experts. Something going on with his ear here. So this isn't working, so we go back into the surface thing. Select this. And then we go back to our geometry sculptor. And we pull this up, that, over, and up. Yep. Wow. See this? You see, this is what a lot of people say. Well, you just bring it into Blender, and it's like I'm going to bring this into Blender and do all these very, like, each one, bring it back in, save it as an FBX, go in. It's like, no, this isn't going to happen. No, this has to be done within DAZ Studio. It has to be done in DAZ Studio. We can't have this stuff have to be doing this in Blender. It's just, that's it. Okay, now his eyes. He's got that eye problem. His eyes are in the wrong place. So we got to fix them. We're going to go surfaces. No, parameters. 120. Okay, and then we're going to move them over a little bit like that. This one's going to go 120. And we're going to move this one over a little bit like that. And then I'm going to push that one in a little bit. So, okay, and then we're going to go and select the eyes. which are up here. Eyes. Eyes. Save this. And then we go to parameters. Oh, it's you just haven't noticed, okay? You just haven't noticed. But the Genesis 9 eyes are notorious, and what you have to do is then, so I'm glad I get to give something back, especially when you use the shaper tool where you bring a Genesis 8 figure and put that shape on. The eyes are completely, 120 is kind of like the hot number, okay, that I've devised. That 120 is the size, and then you go into parameters, okay, and then you type in iris, and you will find this VinMe product, which you have to buy for Genesis 9, and you make the iris smaller like that so that it looks right. Okay, because when you make the eyeballs bigger, so you select each one and you make that one 120 and you move it around until it's in the right place. Then you select the other one, you scale that to 120, you move it until it's in the right place. Then you select the eyes, okay? And you do a search in your parameters for this morph called VinMe eyeballs. Okay, right. And so then what you do is you bring the eyeball all the way down to zero, okay, to the left, minus 100%. If it's still not enough, then in order to bring it more, you have to go into your parameter settings and turn off the limits for both of them. And then you have to come in and turn off the limits for each one separately also. For the left and right, you have to turn off all three. Okay? Then you can take the eyes and make them even smaller. Okay? So it lets you just set them to where you kind of want them. All right? And then they're fixed. Yeah, Genesis 9, you just haven't noticed. Okay? It's like I do that. There's been like problems with my figures that I had for like years until all of a sudden I noticed. It's like, what's up with the eyes? But you have to, every time on every figure, you always have to zoom in on the eyes and make sure you can't see around them. And because when you apply a Genesis 8 shape to a Genesis 9 figure, the eyes just stay right where they are. Okay? And they end up tiny and small. Yeah. And so you have to take and select each one, and you have to move it where you need it, and you have to select and resize them so they fit the socket. And like I said, I found 120 to be kind of the hot number, but it's not really. Each one is different. So, but the thing is, 120 usually will work for like everything. Every once in a while, you'll get a figure that needs a little bit more. Okay, but and it's very noticeable in your art. Okay, people will just like, I'll look at somebody and say, my God, they didn't resize the eyes. You know, they didn't. And it's not because the irises are too small or anything. It's because you can see like these little dark patches on each side, like inside and outside. And you can see that they didn't resize the eyes. So that's something that has to be done in every scene. It does. It does, Eve. You gotta do it. I know, it's like I'll notice people's eyes and say, no, I've not noticed it in any of your artwork, Eve. You are very, very meticulous. So it's only, I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm just saying that it's obvious. It's obvious in my own art, okay, when I haven't done it, and I'll get it all rendered and get it up in the DAZ gallery, and then I'll look and say, oh, God, I didn't do their eyes. So then I have to go and re-render it and then re-upload it to the DAZ forum. I mean, to the DAZ gallery. Yep. So, yep, that's what happens. So now we're going to turn everything back on in the scene. I didn't look at his feet and everything because I think the grass is going to cover most of it. So now we're going to turn things back on in the scene. Here's one. Now I'm going to show you something, because putting two fog walls in your scene when you constrained the camera, I started using a null. Yeah, that will work too. See, I always just turn their head or turn the camera until it looks like they're looking at. I never use. I suppose if you use the null and kind of put it behind their head, maybe their eyes wouldn't cross like that. But I never use the look at function for the camera, because I just move them until it looks like they're looking at the camera. That's it. So, because from way back, many years ago, when I first heard that technique, it did make the eyes look like they were crossed, and so I just stopped using it, and I just started I just turn them, and then I'll kind of render it out and see, are they looking at the camera, and I'll turn them a little bit more until you get this moment where you can tell they're looking, and that's where in this case he's looking away. So let's save this. Okay, I'm going to show you now another thing. Now this particular, I can't say if this particular product is less resources than a BDB or more, okay? But this is a way of getting that fog in your scene. Okay, so I'm going to call this Archaic Troy. Now we're going to save this, save as, scene. I'm going to call this Archaic Troy 1. Okay. All right. And save. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete my fog walls. All right. 1, 2. I also thought I might put a little bit of fog in here, like ahead, but okay. Now we're going to look in our library for fog, and default, and I think it's this distant fog. It's okay, probably something you own, okay? And this is called, and it's a product that's been around for a long time, so you're probably all going to say, oh yeah, that's old stuff. But it's actually really good. Okay, so I'm going to put this in the scene. Props, fog. Okay. And then we're going to take, now our camera's locked, so I'm going to go into the perspective view. And then I'm going to go here, and we're going to select the prop, and we're going to zoom out and say, look kind of how big this prop is, okay? Now what you get is 3 layers, okay? You get one inside layer, a middle layer, and an outer layer. And that's what we're talking about is scene, I forgot what the name of this is. It's scene staging. Okay, well, this is a very, very good product. Okay? This Iray Distant Fog, it works, okay? Because it gives you like your scene fog in your scene. Then it gives you the fog for your like close mountains. Then it gives you the fog for the far, far, far away mountains. So, all right. So what we're going to do is I'm not sure. Now, I don't think you can independently like resize these. Okay. I'm not sure exactly, but let's see now. I think that's the whole thing about this is that you can't independently size them, okay? So we've got the far one. Okay, this is the outer one, okay? Parameters. Okay, we're going to take out iris so we can see what else is here. Okay, see, it doesn't say that it's scalable, but I bet, I bet we could use like mesh grabber on this and like move and mold this fog anywhere we want. But I'm not sure. It looks like these things you should be able to just resize each one and set them the size you want. But I don't think it works that way. Okay, so you have to plan your camera. So what you might want is like, see this inner fog? Look where my camera is. It's this little teeny tiny dot here, which means my camera is probably right on the outside of that. So that he's going to look like he's got some kind of fog in there. And there's like this little fog layer. And then there's going to be a further fog layer. But it's not, this isn't right, okay? So what I might do is turn the near off, okay? So that turns that off. And then I'm going to resize this. Okay, this is how I've used it before. So we're going to go now to the prop, the main prop, and we're going to scale it. Okay. And see, I want this to be, one of them to be right past the mountain. Okay, I want it to be right. Okay, actually, scale this down. Okay, because all right. Okay. Now I'm thinking here now. How do we do this? Now you see, if I select these each one separately, it doesn't give us the ability to just move them around the way you want. Okay. So what you can do is you can take this mid one and turn that one off. And we got the far one, okay? So what we do is, let's go back now to our scene. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off all of these flowers. Okay, so we're going to turn off all the flowers because they're just slowing my scene down like crazy. Okay, now I can move stuff around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 of these in the scene. Okay? All right, and then the other 2 I'm going to turn off for the second one. Now we have the far one on, and I'm going to leave the mid one on and turn the near off. So we only have the mid one on for this. Okay, and then we go like this back to our camera view. Let's go into Iray and see what we've got. I don't think it's low enough to the ground. I think we're going to see a little seam here. Okay. It's kind of working, but let's see now. Now we turn off the mid one and see what the far is doing first. Okay, so we're going to call this one far. And we're going to call this one mid. All right, and the far one's not far enough, so we're going to take the far one and we're going to go and move that back further. Far. Where is it? Okay, I'm getting despondent. Okay, so which way moves it further away? I can't tell. Okay, I'm in Iray. I got to go out of Iray. Okay. Now everything's going to go dark. Okay, but I think I should be able to turn on a light now. Control L. No, the light's already on. So let's see what happens when we go now and move this Z. Okay, see where you can see the shadow there? Okay, so as long as we get this off of our land, we're fine. Okay? Then that's in the far. See, now I just went through the other side of it. So I've got to scale it a little bit more. All right, we don't want to go through it so that we have the other side of it here. So now we can go Z in a little bit more. All right, there's good. So now it's in between. I'm going to bring it down to make sure it's down far enough. Okay. Then we're going to take the near one. Okay, we'll turn that one off. Okay, that turns off the far. Remember, we're just using the far. And now we have this other one on, but we're going to turn the mid on. And see where, now this has got to come down some, I'm quite a bit sure. Okay, we got the mid. And I'm going to go to my perspective view here and see what's happening. So we want this to be, see, all that's got to do is be out beyond our grass to get the mid effect. Okay? But then what's happening, okay, is our sun is being now cut off because of this fog. So we're not getting our lighting effect on our figure. So this is where Mesh Grabber comes in. I mean, this is where your geometry editor comes in. As we go to geometry editor, okay, and where is that? In tool settings, geometry editor. We take this and notice this. Now hold the control key. See, and I can go like this and select this. Right click, geometry, geometry visibility, where is it? What's wrong here? Geometry visibility. This is a wrong geometry. Oh, we're in geometry sculptor. Geometry editor. Right click, geometry editing, delete. Okay, so take the marquee tool and the selection mode, lasso. Let's bring this down in like this, like that. Hold the control key and bring this down in here like this. Just get rid of those two pieces. Right click, geometry editing, so we don't end up with a band. Okay? So we've got one of these done. Let's take a look through our camera and make sure I didn't cut too much out. No, see, so I don't see the edge where I cut it out. All right? And now when we still have the big one, okay? So now we turn on this big one, all right? And this is the far one, okay? We turn on the far. We go back to our perspective view. And this is obviously a problem here. So with this far one, so we're obviously not getting the whole. Now I don't believe I cut the far one, so let me see. Okay, let's take me to this, okay? Okay, that's all it's selected, but it's not, I don't believe that's been deleted. But we're going to need to delete that, okay? Let's see. Why can't I? Okay, the far one's turned off. Okay, there we go. And now we want to turn this off and that off. Okay, and there's the far one. Okay. And now this one, the near and the far are turned off, and the mid one is on. Okay, and that's this little piece. Okay, that's on. Now what we want to do is take this far one here and come in here and go back to our geometry editor. And as you can see, I can hold the control key. Okay, I don't think that's going to work. What I have to do, what I usually do with this is I will take the marquee tool. All right, and go like this. All right, right click. Geometry editing. Delete selected polygons. Yes. Now you can see what we have here. We have two fogs. One is close, so that it's going to get beyond, right beyond the grassies here. And the other one is far. Okay, but it's not enough to block the sun from hitting our figure and the grass and the scene and all of that. So now let's go back to our camera view. Let's see what we have. And you might say, well, this doesn't look as good as the fog walls, but actually you'll see that you have control. This is very, very similar to our fog walls. Okay, so now we have two of these. And what we do is we adjust them to what we want, all right? So we go to this mid one first. This is our, let's turn off the mid one first and see what our far fog looks like. This is the far fog. Okay, now you see that looks pretty good, but it looks like our sun is doing something weird with this. But now let's go back to our product. And we have materials, okay? And we can change. See moisture. What's this moisture low? Some of this. Okay, so what we can do is change subtle mist. Okay, it looks like the sun is actually using this. It's hitting it like a shine kind of thing. So we go into the surfaces, glossy color, and we turn that to black. And that should take that shine off of that. Let's see what happens. No, it didn't. Okay, now we can go down here to cutout opacity. This is where we bring it down. Okay, I'm working on the wrong one. Okay, I've got this mid one selected and it's turned off, so I don't even know what I've done to that. But okay, we're working on the far one here. So let's select that. And we go now to our glossy color and we turn that to black, and that should take that glare off. Okay, so now we're working with something here. And the glossy color, but now we go here to, opacity. I'm not sure, maybe that glossy opaque color is actually the whole effect. I'm not sure, but it definitely stopped the thing there. Now, what if we just go with a little bit of gloss? Yeah, see, this isn't too bad right here. Now, this kind of glare kind of looks okay. Base color. So let's go back to some of these presets. Blue tint. And we go here with the fog of war. That's it. It's like the Jane Fonda workout here. Moisture, low moisture. Okay, neutral light. Okay, we go. Reset. Subtle mist. So, okay, now you see this is kind of doing something that I like here. This is, I really want this to look kind of like something in the sky, like a castle in the sky. Now this is a subtle mist right here. This is very, very close right now to what we had with the fog wall. Okay, it's looking very much like that fog wall. It's giving us that fog layer in between this warm light. This where you can actually turn this wall into, see, it's actually putting off light and it's coming back into our scene. So now we go to the surface, and this is where we can kind of play with things. Now this is the glossy color, where I can take some of this glossy color down so it's just not as reflective. So it's not catching the sun and glossing off of the image. Okay, and I can bring this down some more. Glossy color. The closer you get to black, the more transparent it becomes. See, so there. Now see, that is looking pretty nice. It's almost better than the fog wall. Okay? This is why I did this. Now we're going to go with this mid one and turn that one on. And this is the one that goes right beyond the grass here. And I messed with that. Remember, I did all kinds of crazy stuff. So let's go back to, and let's put the subtle mist on that. What's kind of weird is that you can kind of Now you see how we have two fogs here now? And we can go back to surfaces here. And we can take this down a little bit. So it's less shiny. But we're still getting our light on our figure. Now look at that, see? I would save this. That's kind of done. And we're still getting the light on our objects, okay? They're still getting the light here, and it's still coming through. It's a trick. It's a trap. No, it's a trick, people, that we're doing here. It's an illusion with this is what is called scene staging, okay? And that's why I called it this. And this is something I learned this before I had VDBs. This is how I did stuff, okay? And I've been using this product and chopping the fronts off and doing this so the lights can come through for a while, all right? And playing with this product to create this effect. And so now when we go into our render here, let's make sure I don't have it set for something really high. We go into our render settings. And we put our trees back in the scene and all of this stuff. Oh, I have it turned off. I have the flowers turned off. We know we ain't got no flowers. So we got to go and do the flowers. So we go, would you like to cancel this render? Yes, yes. Cancel it, please. Okay. And we close that. So what we got to do is turn the flowers back on. All right. There we go. They're back. Save this. And you see, I just wanted to show, yes, see, this Eve could save a scene so that you could use ultra scenery with your new computer. You could use the ultra scenery XT, and then you go to put the fog walls in, and suddenly it's too much. And all you're doing is using two curved planes to get that same effect of the distant fog. Okay? Imagine a castle here or something very ethereal. You know, it's like Camelot is back there or something, you know. So and then you have another fog here for this one, for this layer. And then you have this with no fog. That's scene staging. And so, yes, it's nice to use the fog walls, but they are hogs. Every little particle the computer has to figure. And all these is just layers of fog. And you can set them to work the way you want them to do. You just use the geometry editor and cut them into little C's. And now I could put another layer here of a very, very thin. I could put another instance of this and use the near one and put that right in front of the camera so that there's another slight layer of fog here. But if I was going to do that, I would really kind of use I would use a VDB up close. So little pillars of fogs, little kind of, but there's another product that's very cool, and it is called Mist. And I believe it's by the same person. And this right here is very cool because look what we get here. Now we go into props and we add the mist prop. Okay, and what that's going to do, it's going to add another prop. And these props have to do with creating layers in your scene, okay? So we have this saved. Now what I'm going to do is go back to the perspective view, and this is the mist one, okay? And all I want to do with the mist one, okay, so I'm going to go here and select the mist one, and I'd like to use the middle one, okay, the near one, okay? So this one is called Iray Distant Mist, and so you have 3 layers of mist, okay, that you can layer in so that it looks, so it doesn't just look like fog, it looks like mist coming up over the land, okay? And you have several different aspects of using this mist product, but I'm going to just turn off the far, the mid, and the far. Come on. All right, cooperate with me. Now I have to turn off my flowers again. All right, we got to go back to the flowers here. Which one is it? The rock group, is it? No, where's the flowers? Okay, ultra scatter. We'll turn them off again so I can move things around. I have 6,000 scattered flowers here. All right, so we go back down here. Now we can turn off the far as well. Maybe. You gonna let me turn off the far? So you can turn them off, but you can't delete them. All right, there we go. And so now all we have is this near mist. Now what I would want to do with the near mist is the opposite thing. But actually I don't have to do that. What I can do now is now this near, I don't think it's going to bring me up close to the near. Yeah, it did. See, I'm going to move the near mist like this. Parameters, Z translate. And I'm going to move the near mist. Okay, we got to get out of Iray. Okay, take me out of Iray. Come on, out of Iray. Control 9. All right, there we go. Z. Now you see I'm going to move the near mist. Okay, it's not doing it right. We have to move the whole main prop. Okay, I'm going to move it out like this so that that layer of mist is in front of the camera. It's between him and... All right, and now we go back to our camera and look at what we've got. We've got mist here, and it's not set right. We have to set it right. And we won't have the flowers here because I had to turn them off, but what you're going to see is mist. You're going to see it, so now you can see 2 things. You can see a fog. There's in this product of this main prop, it combines both of those products. It combines the fog and the mist into one product, okay? But what you can do is separate it. Okay, so I say I don't want the fog as part of the top. See, the top part of that small circle is fog, and the bottom part is mist. Okay, and so what I can do is go into here, into this product, and go to the materials and see how some of them have like gray here, that means it's fog and mist. But some of them have black and then mist. And so if I select the prop and I select this, it gets rid of the fog and it shows only the mist. Okay? And see how that works? But what you have to do is you have to set this in the right way. So resize it and set it just right so that the mist looks the way you want it. And now I have some other mist, low strength. We'll lower the strength a little bit. Okay, but what I want to do is go out of Iray now. And I really can't see this that well. Control L, either way. It's very hard to see, but what I'm going to do is take this main prop and I'm going to parameters. I'm going to scale it down. See, I can see it a little bit. Look at this. See? This prop here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so I'm going to make it smaller and then I'm going to move it in, Z. And then I'm going to make it, I'm going to move it in like this. And I'm going to go Z, make it smaller, scale, and move it up, Y translate, and scale it some more until I get it just in the right way that I want it. See, I want a lot of detail. Okay, now then move it Z, back into the towards the camera. I think I made it bigger. Yeah, I want to make it smaller, like this, and then Z. Which way brings it back? I've lost my fog. There it is. Okay. And then make it smaller. Y translate it, bring it down. Make it smaller. And then Z, bring it back in. Okay. Y translate. Scale it some more. Make it smaller. And Z translate. Now I may not use this in the scene, okay? Y, all right, so, but let's see what it looks like now. See, because I'm making that like, so it's enveloping the camera, kind of. So it's like a mini fog in front of your camera. That's kind of the plan that we've done with all of these. We've placed that fog precisely, these layers of fog, precisely where we want them. Okay, now see how this fog now looks more detailed? Watch what I can do here when we go back into surfaces with this. Back up into here. We can turn the fog into a light. We can make it an emissive. Okay, so now when I turn this emissive fog on, it's actually going to put off light. Look at this, see? And now we can go into our, and see, notice how really, so now I can take this fog here, this prop to parameters, and I can also scale it down Y scale it. Okay, go back into the Iray again. I mean into texture shaded. It's kind of difficult to work with, but if you own the product, you can play with it. You can learn it. You can learn it. I learned it. Okay, it took me a couple of nights and several times using the product, but then I finally got it down. Y scale. See, so I'm making it lower. Okay, kind of squishing the fog in. I'm going to scale it down some more. Okay, we're going to go down to like. And then we're down to like this, 45, because I want it just right in front of the camera. I want this like little layer of fog that I can kind of play around with. And then I'm going to go Z and bring it back in. There it is, okay. Now that's the back part. There's the front. I want it like that. Okay, now let's see what we've got. And so these are ways of bringing, look at that now. You see this? And this is ways of bringing fog. Now, what I can do is take this fog and look how detailed. Have you ever, this is much more detailed than really you kind of get out of a VDB. VDBs are kind of like fluffy and kind of, this is artwork right here, okay? And now what I can do is take this surface and just bring the cutout opacity down. All right. So it's very faint, but it's still very detailed. Imagine a Viking ship with this fog. And imagine all the things you can do with this kind of fog. Imagine witches and stuff. This product is amazing. So I can bring that down some more. Okay, so it's just a very faint little fog there to kind of add to the rest of our fog. Okay? To add to the rest of the idea of the scene. And so we just go a little bit more even. So it's just a tiny little hazy kind of thing. All right. And then we turn our flowers back on. And here, ultra scatter. Turn those back on. They're not going to interfere with the flowers because they're like the fog is kind of wrapped right around the camera in a way. So it's little tricks like this. You make it really tiny, that inner fog, and it's that close-up fog. That's the near fog that's in the fog product, okay? Now I can barely see it now, so at this point, I just might want to bring this is it. This would be the near. This is the near one. The near one is going to give you, I assume, would give you the most detailed fog, okay, for up close. So now we go back here to the opacity, cut out opacity, and just bring it up some. Here's your emission. If you want it to emit more light, you can do that. Now let's see, I might have it too big around the camera, like it's just might not be close enough to the camera. If I've got the fog coming up through the flowers, I've got it too big. Yeah, see it? It is. So it's not really correct. So what we're going to do is go out of here and let's look down from the camera from the top. Okay, let's go from the top. I probably could do this with my perspective view as well, but let's find the camera and let's find this near fog, and it's obviously still way too big. I'm probably going to have to bring it, make it very small. But then we can get the most detailed fog, okay? And so I've got to turn, well, maybe let's not turn off the flowers yet, but okay, I can't see, right now I can't see the inner one. It's not showing, and I'm not sure. Let's try going into Iray for a moment and seeing if it will show itself here. Okay, I think I know why it's not showing. Okay, because I have the near selected and not the whole prop. Okay, here's the prop. Well, that didn't work either. Yeah, I'm going to go to my perspective mode and move. Okay, I'm not sure why. Okay, maybe I've turned it off or something. No, that's the near. Okay. Oh, I see it. It's right there. Okay. And so what we've got to do is we've got to go and parameters. We've got to turn off the flowers again. I just can't manipulate things in the scene. It is a very thin line because we're showing only the bottom part of the fog of the whole thing. Right, because the top part, remember we turned off the fog? You're right. So we've only got a very thin line along the bottom that's visible. X translate. Okay, Z, undo that. I just tried to move the flowers. Okay, so we're going to try the main prop again here. We're going to go Z translate like that. We're going to bring it up. I got to get closer to this. And I've got to scale this around. Okay, so we're going to move this up, Y translate. And then I'm going to scale it some more, like down, like this. Now we're going to look at it from the top. And it's very hard to see, but we're going to scale it down some more. Okay. And we're going to just set it right around the camera so that we can manipulate it like that. We'll go Y translate it a little bit. We're going to move it back a little bit more, like this. So it's definitely not going to be showing up in the middle of my flowers again. Not the flowers. All right, here we go. Oh, we're going to go Y translate. Okay, that should, let's see now what happens when we look through the camera. Can we see the fog? Okay, if we move it up and down, we might be able to find it. Okay, it's very faint, I think. Okay, it's not working. Here, let's see. Let's go back to our perspective mode and see where the fog is. Okay, Y translate, what happens? Okay, it moves it up. Okay, I have a feeling it's there, but it's just not. Okay, that's above it. Okay, let's go straight from the front. Okay, move this up. All right, Y translate. Okay, that should be about right. Let's go to the camera view. We're trying to get it in its very precise place. Let's turn on, let's see what happens when we go to, it's probably there, it's just not showing. What do we got here? There it is. See? So now we go Y translate. We just do it a little bit. Bring it down a little bit here and there. I don't think that's going to go very fast. Okay, it is actually going in big chunks, so we'll go a couple more. You want to catch the bottom of the fog too, because the bottom is like, there's two different kinds of fog. One of them, like the fog, and you see how I haven't got it like circular here. Sometimes fog, like notice this, sometimes fog doesn't like come right up out of the ground. It like rolls over the ground, and you have two different kinds of fog they give you. All right, you have the kind that rolls over the ground, and then you have the kind that doesn't. So we're going to go, just get this to kind of go down far enough. Because I don't care that it rolls over the ground. I just kind of care that it's coming up. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep this. I'm using this fog. I'm just using this as a teaching tool to show you how awesome this product is. Okay, now I can translate it X along the X plane, just because I got kind of a big swath of it coming up in front of his face, and I don't want that. You can rotate it on the Y axis. Okay, now if I turn off our Ultra Scenery XT, we can even move this work a little bit easier, like in the scene. Just hide the mountain in the back. That's taking up a ton of space. So now I can actually probably move this fog around right here in Iray. So I can just kind of gradually, okay, not really that well. And I'm not getting a good lighting in. I think that's kind of an issue. I wish DAZ would work to solve this problem, because lately I've been noticing, I don't know, maybe it's the new Iray, that when you go into texture shaded mode and you turn on lighting, it's not enough. Everything is kind of dark, and I can't see the fog anymore. That's not supposed to happen. The whole thing about texture shaded mode is it's supposed to be like Iray, and this is not, okay? So it's not, for some reason, it's not right. It's not calibrated right, okay? So I'm not sure. Maybe there's a way to calibrate it, okay? All right, when I look at it from the top, okay, now I can see from the side that it's not really centered. Okay, so if I go like this, X. Okay, I'm moving my Ultra Scenery. That was very bad. Okay, so let's go back here to our main. This is the prop here. Is that the prop? Okay, this is the This is the mist. Okay, so we're going to call this mist. Mist. Yeah. Well, the thing is I think I have, yeah. See, but I don't think there's a way to headlamp offset, headlamp intensity. Okay. So what if we just turn this like way up? No, it doesn't seem to be intensifying too much, but it is maybe better than it was. Let's see when we go into the camera. Well, that's like way intense. Okay, we go to just 20. Okay, 200. Okay, I've thrown this way off now. Let's see, go 30, 30. Oh, let's just set it back to headlamp offset. Oh, that would set the angle of the headlamp. Okay. Let's just reset attributes. And it didn't really reset it. Okay, so all right, we're actually in the perspective mode too, which I guess the camera might still work in the perspective mode, but I just kind of threw that way off. I don't think I reset this. This is reset value. Okay, it's supposed to be at 1. All right, that makes sense. And now these should be they shouldn't be colored. Okay, oh, those are supposed to be at -30. Maybe that was what was wrong. -20, reset value, and 0. Okay, they should look right now in the camera view. Now, when I click this is the Mist Pro thing. I'm going to just move this mist over a little bit, like so it's centered. Okay, like that. And then we go back to the camera view, and I can't see the mist, but that's okay. Now, there might be, says display, okay, show bones. What happens when we do that? No, that didn't work, show bones. We turn that back off. Show bones off. Visible in simulation, visible, okay. Now, you would think that there would be possibly a way here in the surfaces to display it like material, like in the viewport color. I think there is some kind of viewport color. But okay, at this point, let's see what we have. We'll go back into Iray. We've turned off the background, so it should go click right into Iray, like really well, really easy. Now, see, now it looks like we've got some symmetry here that I moved it and aligned it with the camera better. So that is pretty nice. Now what we do is we just set this to the I use the DAZ spotlight almost like in every scene. At this point, I have it buried under the floor, but I'm a DAZ spotlight kind of person. So I definitely like the spotlight. Now we can take the color here. Just a minute. Okay, I'm back. Sneeze. Okay, so we can change the color of the mist. Okay. And that didn't work. I think I have to do it through, so we go back to white, and I think I have to do it through and we have this glossy color again, and if you set that down, then it won't reflect as much, it won't catch. So I usually bring that down as much as I can because I don't like the sun hitting the plane. Okay, so, but let's see, I don't want it to disappear on me. So now what we do is we go back to our opacity. But if we bring the luminance up, and there's a possibility of taking this, okay, I'm not seeing it. I thought that there was an actual image here somewhere. Okay, so now we go to the luminance, and we go maybe 40. Well, 120. Okay, look, this is a cutout opacity. So I assume we could take that. Okay, so there we've got some kind of mist here. And this won't end up buried in the flowers. But what if we take this cutout opacity image? This is called Mist Gradient 2. What if we put it in the base color? Let's try that first. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, it does. You can put it in there. Now this, what we're seeing here, that's because our land is missing, and I only brought the plane down that far. I mean the circular thing, so that's why we're seeing that right there. But you can put it in the base color. Let's just put none there for now. I'm kind of more interested in if we put it in the emission color. Mist Gradient 2. I think it will give us this will make this mist to look a little bit more defined. And in the luminance. See, that does kind of give that a little bit of more definition. We bring the cutout opacity up. Then we change the emission color to kind of like a yellowish orange. So it's not so cold looking. And then let's turn stuff back on in the scene. See what happens. Save this. Now you remember this is going to be rendered big. So and now luminance, we could even have this come off a little bit more now, like 500 for the luminance. Make this mist really kind of glow, kind of give it almost so maybe we don't want that much. Maybe we'll bring it back down, bring this color up a little more like here. And we have the temperature. Okay, we can mess with the temperature a little bit also of the light. Okay, and so this is some really detailed stuff here. Look at this. Look at the detail. Now I'd say we bring this take the cutout opacity down a little bit, and then what we're going to do is turn the scene stuff back on. And the fog of war. Turn this back on. That's our flowers, I think. Yeah, and this is the ultra scenery in the background. Ultra Scenery XT is turned back on. I hope I didn't accidentally drag these things out of place. Okay. So see that? Now that gives us something here kind of interesting. I think maybe this fog here, this mist, might be pretty as like a red color. See that? That's a little too pink, but we bring this, warm it some ups with the emission temperature. Look at that. See, now we can render it. And you see, this really does work with this distant thing here. It does make it seem far away. It just does. It makes it seem ethereal and like mythical. And that is what the whole purpose of this is. It is staging. It stages. Yeah, well, see, I try to stay away from fire. I try to, yeah, it could be like I try to stay away from fire. Too scary, but it's kind of like the fog. It's like the fire of war. It's kind of like that. There's a war very close by. That there are fires. They're probably burning people's houses, and there's a lot of suffering and everything. And he's contemplating his actions. It's the Red Death. Yes. Look at this. Look at the detail. You know, You've never seen this kind of smoke detail in our VDBs, okay? And so, you know, you would just say to yourself, well, why would you want to use a transparency instead of a VDB? It's like, okay, because the VDB is like everything, you know? But this is why. Because you get these, this is mist. Okay, this is a whole different thing. So it's something to think about, okay? I think this is going to do it for me. I've covered, I had all of this planned in my head. I said I'm going to show them the fog wall, and then I'm going to show them the fog with on the planes, okay? And then I said but I hadn't planned on doing the mist fog, but it's really good that they were done together, so that you have it. It probably does, and like I said, I think you're probably right, Serenity's Gate. And the thing is I could just make the mist very, 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 very faint. Okay? It does distract because there was a kind of beauty and serenity in the scene before the mist got added. And the mist kind of brings the war kind of closer. Thank you very much, Serenity's Gate. Thank you. So I just hope that let's try making the mist like really, really faint. The thing is that what I like about the mist is people are going to say, how did he do that? You know, they're going to say, how did he get that mist? Because if they're not familiar with the mist product, and a lot of people say, oh, that's the mist product, you know, but then there's some people are going to say, how did he get that mist to look so nice? Yes, see, that's what I can do is just take this cutout opacity down now. And, well, that just brought it to 0. Let's go to just 0.01. Let's see how if we could just bring it down enough so that it seems like a very faint mist. And see, that's still quite a bit. So we just go, let's try 0, 0, 0, 1. Let's see how far cutout opacity. It will let us take that cutout opacity down into the decimals, into the nitty-gritty. So it's kind of barely there now, like really barely there, but why not just go like 9, maybe? So that it's just barely visible. Okay, now that's kind of there, but it's, see, and this makes it look like it's kind of like mystical. So let's go less than 9, though. I think that Serenity's Gate really nailed it, because the mist does take something from the scene. So let's go 4, so that it's just barely visible. So, yes, this is good. So, it's there, but it's not, okay? And this is, let's see now what happens when we render this. Let's save this. There's a little bit of a mist there, but it's not. And this is why, and if you think now it's layer after layer after layer, this is the scene staging. So think about staging your scenes. You can put a house in the background, and then behind the house you can put mountains, and you can put then some kind of maybe castle in the way, way back, or something as a spire, a wizard spire or something, and use these layers give the mist layers to give it depth. But remember to let the sun in, okay? So you have to take and cut those mist layers. And don't be afraid to just make your own plane. You don't have to buy these mist layers. You can make your own plane, and then you can, on that plane, you can go into Photoshop and you can use Photoshop brushes and create your own mist. Okay? Create your own mist. And this really amazing mist here, now it's low enough that it's just barely there, but it does give it a kind of little bit of softening here. So I think I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to make it any more visible than that. I think this is it. We go full screen here. Another sneeze. That's 3 of them tonight. So it does. I feel like these are kind of all the same size, and I'm not sure why they didn't generate to be different sizes. So I may have, I think I needed with the size thing to add the Perlin map, but some of them are different sizes. So see, some of them are 50%. These are like small and some, but then a lot of them are at the same height. But we did get the rotation on them, or else like they would all look like they had the same leaf coming out in the same exact place. So the rotation worked on them. So I hope this is helpful to you people, okay? I hope this makes your renders better. Now his skin is too shiny, okay? So I think his skin, but I think I'm going to leave it. I don't know, this hand looks too shiny to me, and his face, I think what I'd like to do is put some dirt on him. So let's make him dirty, okay? Just the last thing here. Let's give him some dirt. Okay, so let's select him. And just so he doesn't look, he kind of looks like that Ken look. And I think maybe even a little bit of some kind of facial hair might help. Body hair was his beard. We'll go with just the stubble. His just looks too, he has that kind of Ken look. So just too perfect. And so we put the face on. Now this is going to be just throw it at my graphics card over the edge. But now if I had those fog walls in here, that might not be able to actually do this. So now we'll select the Genesis 9 and we're going to go into here, back into products and select dirt. And this is it. Utilities, apply, dirty shell. Use, speed optimization. Okay, I don't use memory optimization instead. I got to keep the memory optimization. It wanted to switch it to speed, and it's like, no. You can't. Accept. Okay. Okay, why did that happen? Okay, I think it'll be fixed when we go out of here. That didn't look good. Okay. So, is that okay? I guess. Now I don't see, yeah, he looks dirty. I think his skin, he looks kind of dark. Shaders, let's go into maybe a lighter kind of dirt. Okay, these are different dirt patterns. And then this is the different dirt colors. That's the reset. Okay, so we can take this dirty shell. I think this works. I think I liked the dirt before. Z, undo that. I like the way it looked like dirty on his arm. Now I can make his armor dirty if I want, but I think I'm going to settle for this here. And so let's see what it looks like. Save this. My eyes just instantly jumped to the shine on his hand. Okay, and so that's the kind of thing that, like, once I get everything else, all of a sudden my eye starts looking at my figure and saying, why does he look like kind of this Ken? Why does it look kind of like he's all like one color? And so that's what you have to do. Is sometimes you have to dirty up your figure a little bit, or use the it's called skin detailer, and you got there. Now see, this looks good. See now his face, he's got a little bit of that stubble on his face. See, it gives him just enough character to figure. Now his arms look dirty. It's not all one color. This is nice. See, I'm not going to dirty up his uniform. He got dirty, but his uniform stayed pristine. So, yes, this is it. This is it. So I'm going to just let this render. So we could put this on a coffee mug. I'd have to render it at 13,500K. Put it on a bedspread. So it works. The only thing that's bothering me right now is the height of these things. I may not have gotten it right. Like, some of them might be at 50 and some of them might be at 100. It doesn't seem like there's a gradient between. So I might not have gotten the height part. I think I was supposed to add a purlin. I'm going to take a look at this just real quick and see. We'll go back into ultra scatter. Now, see, if I can't ultra scatter again, because if I do, I'm going to have to move my camera back and then move it ahead. And remember, I've got that mist there. So we're going to leave this. These all grew so perfectly alike. So, all right, this is going to do it for me, people. We're going to head out now. Thank you very much for being here, for watching. All right, so, well, thank you, people. I will see you. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, for all notifications, and then you might actually get, if you have all notifications, maybe you will get a notification when I go live again. So thank you, people, for watching. I appreciate it very much. It's lovely having you here. You make it so special when I broadcast to have you here. Thank you very much. Take care, and I will see you again in the next Well, I'm going to go back through and say thank you to everybody who's been here. It's my usual thing to just say thank you, to mention I think Eve was the first one in tonight. And then we had Unknown Robot come in, and E. Wallace was right there as well, right there. And then we had, let's see, E. Wallace, Shaggy, and Unknown Robot. Then Angus came in and said, good afternoon to everybody. And then, I haven't had, I just had an egg and a piece of bread and two little teeny, those kind of silver dollar sausages today, those sausage patties. That's all I've had to eat today. I am trying to lose some weight here. And who else have we had? So Art then came in. Art. And And it's very nice to have art here. And E. Wallace again, Eve, and art, and unknown robot stayed for quite a while. I'm not sure if they are still here. E. Wallace, let's see, who else? I know there's somebody else who has been, okay, we had Serenity's Gate here. Now, I know I haven't gotten down to that yet, but I know Serenity's Gate. There's been a lot of chatting going on tonight, people. Yes, Serenity's Gate is here. The ads, yeah, I think they're supposed to be in the live also. I'm not sure, but I think the ads are supposed to work in live because I've heard that there are live, because a lot of people are going live now on YouTube. I've been doing it since before, way back when Grandma Moses first started painting. So, but yeah, I've been doing live a lot. So, but all right, thank you, people. Have a good night. And I guess Angus is probably snoozing on the lazy boy. So, all right, you all take care. I love you all, and I will see you again soon. We're going to play some of this music and fade it out. All right, take care. I hope you learned something. All righty, bye-bye.